I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth
Yes, people, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, but more importantly, blue morning to you. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone, and I hope you're all doing well. I sincerely do. I mean, that today maybe we will get some good news overall regarding signings, incomings. There's hope, great hope, but the truth is we must not, hold our breath for it until we'll get an official statement from the club. But that's by the way. Again, we have quite a lot to talk about. A lot has been happening, and but in a very good way. There are outgoings, and we're hopeful for some incomings, which means we'll still be good by the time the window shuts. As I have always preached, and part of me, it's at 3:26 a.m. here. Probably I haven't working what I'm not working up properly, but the coffee will help quite a lot. So again, sit back and relax and let's get into the show proper. Yes, people, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to another Transfer Watch show on a Chelsea Perspective. Again, just partner with me. Let me share the link with those who I believe would be interested in joining me to discuss today's topic. But more importantly, I will start as usual. It is the culture here to first find out how the people, because we're family here, those in the chat, how they're doing, those who's taking time off, whatever they're doing to join us so we can discuss matters regarding our a beloved club, in this case, a transfers. And I have Alteza CBY fifth to hit the like button, so you missed out of the Champions League. But that's right. Well, more importantly, you are the first. So thank you, congratulations to you. I appreciate that support. Says Blue Morning Cucurella panel in Chad Lamlane. How are you doing, brother? And my brother IBZ says, "Yo, Blues, yo to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Big up, Coach Goppo. Nah, how you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. Give us a minute, coach, Chelsea Old Boys. Thank you very much for kindly saying that, for showing how much you love this club. You wait for it. We have a lot of panelists that will join, and I believe it will be quite a lot of minerals, today for you. Big up everyone, CFC Trends Z's. Nice to see you again. Blue morning, all. I can smell a signing this morning. It's looking like it's going to happen at the pace at which we signed Khalido Koulibaly. I hope that's the case, but then again, I'm not going to hold my breath until I get an official statement from the club because I've learned otherwise. Yeah, again, it's good to silence players and to deal with rumors. Even that one isn't silence. Terence Gutta, I hope you're doing well. IB said, "Damn, I have more chance winning lottery this season. You think?" For 10th like my favorite channel, Go You Blues. Thank you very much for kindly saying that. And you are one of our favorite people. All the people that support this channel, we love you all. Blue morning, everyone. Please like, share, and subscribe. Says Gabriel Olmo. Albers, Gabriel, you're doing well, brother. Thanks for finding time to join us today. I think we are waiting for Barca to get desperate before submitting the young bid. They have to sell, and he doesn't want Manchester United. Cucurella should happen next a few days. Fofana, no chance. It's looking like that's the case, but I wouldn't, bank on what Brendan Rodgers is saying. We heard the same story when we went in for Ben Chilwell, but eventually yeah, we got our man even for cheaper, less, a lot more less than the price that we're quoting. Then says I would love to chat live with you, Coach, today if possible. Thank you. It is very possible. Just reach out to me via Twitter, and I'll share the link with you. And that's how we operate here because we need to ID those that are joining the panel due to what has happened to fellow content creators in the past. So we don't want a repeat of that. I'm gonna go straight to my brother DJ Sav. Bro, how are you doing today?
Hey, good
Yeah,
morning, bro.
I know.
Good morning
Yeah,
to you.
go ahead, bro.
No, listen, saying good morning to you, bro. Obviously, thanks for having me on as always. I'm working from home today, so I thought I'd just jump on and say hello and chat
Oh,
with you guys for a little while and see how you guys
yeah.
are doing.
More thanks to you for finding the time to join us. That's important too.
No
You know.
problem to you. Thanks for having me on as always, bro. And thank you for always involving me whenever you come on your when you put your shows out there. Big up to everybody in the chat, by the way. Happy blue morning to everyone. And to
Yeah.
the I'm not sure who's the guy who's joined us on here. I'm not sure. Big up to him as
Gopo.
well. Gopal, big up to him as well. Big up to you all.
Yeah, Gopo, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, coach. How are you? And
I can't complain, bro. Always nice to have you. Like I said, you are a statsman officially. You know,
thanks. That's good to know. Thanks a lot.
honestly, I appreciate you so much. It looks like your mic is a bit low today. If you can get it up a bit
Yeah,
higher, that'll
I'll
be
do it.
fine. But more importantly, I'm happy to hear that you're doing well. So let me catch up with the chat and I'll come back to DJ. Chelsea needs a striker. We've heard that a zillion times. I hope that happens as soon as possible, but we'll have to be cautious on the type of striker we're calling for the club to get. Already, we'll have 17 likes. Again, Avery, that have been calling for us, to break that 300 likes a record. We've gotten to 280 something, but we need to get it to 300 likes as soon as possible. So if you haven't, please take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel. I said, good morning, coach. Let's go in for screen here. Again, Fofana's deal looks impossible. I wouldn't say it's impossible. Probably you're saying that because of what you're hearing Brendan Rodgers say. They need money, we've heard. Again, they're not going to just say, okay, give us 50. And then we'll be, trying to get him for 30 or 35. So the price they're quoting shows we should be able to get him around 60, 65 if we really want him. But we'll see what happens. I'm coming back to DJ. DJ, I want to get your thoughts overall on the windows so far. It's starting to look good, even though, yeah, the players will not be able to join us before the season starts, but that's still fine. It's happened. We've seen that happen before. Players still joining the club as the season progresses. Your thoughts? Or did we lose DJ? Okay, go put your thoughts on that question.
I would say so far, I'll be very honest with you. I think apart from the signings of Sterling and Koulibaly, I think we have had a poor window. To be fair, I mean, I can understand that Todd Bowley is someone who's very new and he is come into the market, and the entire structure of our club has changed completely. But with the players that we were interested in 8 or 9 players, I mean, in the market, and we were not able to get most of those deals done. It is a bit disappointing, to be fair. And not only that, it has also given us a bad reputation as well in the market right now. We are being named as the rejected FC of football right now. So I mean, it has been really poor, but I think now we have reached a stage where we cannot what do you say, we cannot lose out on other signings, and we have to strengthen our team as much as possible. And I think for the past 2 days, with with the rumored interest of Cucurella and Fofana, I think we are what do you say, we are heading towards the right direction. But I hope we can get these deals done, because again, it will again damage our reputation even further if we do not get it done.
Yeah. How about the fact that at the point where all the clubs, I think I've said this, but it's important that I keep saying it so those that are listening, will point fingers at the club, but minimally, and not say everything is their fault. Yes, there are. You could say we're not moving at the pace at which we should be moving, but there are factors, that have caused us to be this slow in the market. Because at the point where all the clubs were busy talking to players, our utmost concern, our priority then was the survival of the club. I hope you remember that. How about
Correct. Yes,
if
you're
you,
right.
yeah, if those things come to mind, do you still think it's the club's fault overall?
See, I mean, like you said, it's not completely the club's fault because of what happened in Ukraine, and how our owner was kicked out. But then again, it's still. I mean, what do you say? See, if you have targeted 8 or 9 players, and with some of these players, we're coming and putting in a late interest, trying to hijack the deal, and not still, getting it done. It's kind of shameful, slightly. It has really damaged our reputation, I would say. Like you said, it's right. I mean, there are many factors to consider, but I have a feeling that with this, with the late interest in Mukiele, Richarlison, and Gabriel Jesus, we were just kind of, mocking, not mocking ourselves, but making fun of ourselves. It seemed like we were clueless, and we were just running around like headless chickens.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not good.
Here's one thing I'd say. Even again, on occasions, I think what I get from your response is that on occasions, 2 occasions actually, right now you could, whether we pulled out intentionally because we have a gentleman's agreement with Barcelona, it doesn't look good. It doesn't make
Correct.
again. It doesn't look good. Again, it just it has the reputation of the club has taken a hit, given the case of Rafinha and the case of K-Boy or Kunde, if you prefer. I don't think, even if it was a strategy, I think it's a bad strategy overall. But again, I get your point there. I'm going to try and catch up with the chat, come back to IDZ, and then we'll move into the topic once he's told us how he feels about the window overall, because it's important we get updates on how the panelists feels every time we come in here. But thank you again, Gopo, for that input there, for that contribution there. Big up to the channel. Great work. Thank you very much. Supreme Court says that Jafta Sikwa says realized Cucurella played right back when Lamptey was injured, so it means he can play LCB, LB, and left wing back also. Again, all these positions listed there. Now, this is what TT wants. Probably you could argue that's a reason why he's pushing the club to get the players. So I'm not surprised. But overall, his numbers, what Gopu mentioned yesterday, that he had 500 balls into the box, more than Kevin De Bruyne of Manchester City. That alone is a brilliant number. And probably because they don't have, good attackers, most of those balls, chances were not put away or were not properly utilized, if you want to see it that way. Chelsea need Broya and Colwill. Again, let's wait and see what the manager wants to do. And Chelsea old boy said TT is building a wall. Silva, Kuli, Vadio, Cucurella, Chile, Reese, Chalova, Ampadu, and possibly Fofana. The question is, in the case of Vadio, it's looking bleak, if you want to say it that way, given that Leipzig, they don't want to let the player go. They really do want to keep him, but never say never. I'd say, as usual, if you don't buy tickets, you're never going to win lottery. So we're trying. We're trying to see if their interest in Timo Werner and Timo Werner's, willingness to join the club maybe will help us, strike a deal that will bring a Vadio in that direction. But we'll see what happens. Big up, Coachella says, the queen of the house. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Again, thank you for finding the time to join us. Again, let us know how you're doing, please. Everybody in the chat. TT wants players who are versatile, intelligent players who can adapt. And I can say, more importantly, overall, players who are able to keep the ball. Because the biggest issues we've had with the current, with the crop of players we had this past season is that as good as we think they are, I think they struggled playing out from the back, which is exactly what Thomas Tuchel wants his team to be able to do comfortably, no matter how the opposition press you, no matter how aggressively the opposition team pressed us. But in the case of players we had this past season, is that whenever the opposition presses strategically and aggressively, we suffer. We're not able to play out comfortably from the back. It's either we'll make mistake or just put the ball forward. So we're bringing in, we're looking at profile of players who'd be comfortable playing no matter how the opposition presses. But that's, by the way, Phantom says a second to like the video. Congratulations, you made it to the Champions League. Hey, everyone, yep, in the chat, keep liking the video, guys. Let's shoot for 300 likes a day. Please help us break that record. Again, the most we've done is 200, but I believe we can do 300. Sikwa said, okay, he's talking to Sikwa there. I said, it's not disgraceful. Teams get rejected all the time. They just don't go public with it. Again, but Kobe, I get your point. But in the manner at which it happened, we could have beat up more for Rafinha. But we think But we got to understand, yes, Rafinha was just, a bonus. If we get other targets in, we can have him in the team as one of our players. But then again, the way it happened is something that I was really concerned about regarding from the perspective of the club's reputation and all that. Who would pass an opportunity to sign FDJ, maybe on loan with an option to buy with Alonso, and as we going the other way, I think would actually it'll be a purchase, not even a loan, because we know what we're getting. Again, I don't want to risk it being a loan, so the player gets a chance to say, you know what, he doesn't like it here and he gets to leave. As a player, we should be aiming to sign permanently. And look at, for instance, Jorginho, he has just a year left on his contract, and we're not sure what he's going to do. And to me, it sounded like he's planning, on planning to leave on a free, so he gets more money and all that. The same thing as N'Golo Kante. I wouldn't say Kante is planning to leave, but we should extend his contract because we've seen how important he is to the club. But I'm not sure what he wants to do really. Again, it's a concern for me. Again, tuck them down to 50 million. We'll see what happens. Let Burkle loan his sweat with FDJ as they cannot register players. Come out again. Barcelona and Brook. I got to keep saying that they're just in debt, and there's a difference between being in debt and also being broke. And also, they're rich enough that they sold 10% of their assets and was able to get a 300 million plus. That's how much, how rich they are. Again, that's by the way. It doesn't feel a bit heartless chicken. I think a major factor has been the inability to move unwanted players on. That's a huge factor indeed. Our squad is bloated and in some cases low quality. Majority, not even more. FDJ to win. Let's see what happens. Again, I'm going to skip quite a few to get to the bottom so we can move on. Leipzig wants Werner. We will force their hands. You're not gonna. I think we're more desperate than they are. They're not desperate to sell Cucurella, and they're not desperate to get what's his name, to get Timo Werner. We're the ones that are desperate in terms of bringing in defensive reinforcement, not them. Says players reject the teams all the time. It happens all the time, but you could say our case is special. It's more pronounced for obvious reasons. We had the opportunity to get the player. All we were waiting is, for him to say yes and all that. But it sounded as if he doesn't want us and we're forcing it. But that's, by the way, again, DJ says Timo apparently from Sky Sports is willing to take a massive pay cut to reach Leipzig. Yep, it's World Cup. Yeah, every player wants to be ready. Wants to get a national call-up. And Timo has done well for Germany. But if he hates on playing, they're not going to call him up. So that's just the truth. I told you about Cucurella. Yes, you did, Richard Armour. I must say that again. It's just saying hi to each other. He says, let me see. Let's be serious, Blues, please. I think we're serious already. I know you're talking to the club. I think they are. It's just that signing players isn't that simple. It's a complicated process. And I think so far they've actually done well, especially from what we're looking at. But the players that will soon come in. I told you about Cucurella. Again, you did that. But Fofana, let's see how that pans out. We need a right winger. We're lacking depth in that area. We're working on it. We'll see what happens. We're looking to sign Denzel Dumfries. And that deal, it won't happen. Since we're talking with them, we're putting in a bid of which they rejected. We'll most definitely go in with an improved offer, and I think they accepted. True Cucurella, we need to sign him on permanent, and think such player like FDJ are vital if you're playing with false nine and want to hold to the ball most part of the game. And again, we need midfielders who can get us goal, not just create chances, and who also be able to deal with the physicality of the Premier League. FDJ is that man. Can Chile play as a left centre back? No, I think the most is the left back position. I think it will be less demanding, bearing in mind his injury. No, he just needs time to recover. I even did a short video where I said, again, his recovery isn't going to be easy. He needs all the prayers that he can get. I know he will recover fully, but it will take time. Even if you look at Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Callum Hudson-Odoi, both have been there. Long-term injuries, again, when they returned, it took time, especially Callum Hudson-Odoi. He's not been the same ever since, but again, he's starting to come back to his normal self. I hope that's the same with that would be the same with Ben Chilwell. Now I'm going to come back to the panel, talk with my brother IBZ. Bro, how are you doing?
Big up. How are we doing, man?
I can't complain, brother. Always nice to have you on the panel. I know you are busy. Again, welcome to the panel. Let us know how you feel overall so far, what you've been hearing. I think the signs are good, if you ask me.
Yeah. I don't want to be... I feel, over the past recent weeks, my realism has turned into non-enthusiasm, obviously, because I share the mindset of TT in it. Like, realistically, I think he doesn't believe it's ready. Obviously, given the last pre-season game before Udinese. Obviously, since then, there's been no signings, but there has been interest from other players to fill in positions. It's just fine, which is okay. But I just, obviously, my belief in hoping that the board can get that over the line is still questioned. Cucurella makes sense, perfect sense. I go against
and his numbers are mad.
Yeah. Like, it makes sense. And for us to be linked with him, hijack or not, opportunity, being an opportunist or not, I'll take it. We haven't got the luxury we haven't got no luxury in this transfer window. Hell, we've not had any luxuries in this transfer window. We've had our hand handed to us. Todd Bowley's seen the reality of English football. He's seen the reality of the global transfer market and how rigorous it could be. So, as a fan, to be linked with players and hearing news of advanced talks is encouraging. How quickly we can get it done is another question. There was someone that spoke about Cucurella yesterday, and he's a big Chelsea he's a big Chelsea voice, Chelsea support, Rory Jennings, and his analysis of why we are going for Cucurella was I couldn't disagree with it any more. There's an argument to say that we don't need Cucurella. Because obviously we have other pressing issues at hand. Obviously, we have pressing issues at hand, but players like Cucurella, you don't get by it all the time, and you need to step it up. We have players like Alonso, Emerson, Baba Rahman, who are just sat there, who may be looking to leave, or we need to push out, and Cucurella will fit that bill. So I'm happy with the fact that we have been linked with him. So I was a bit distasteful with that opinion that was made yesterday evening. If you ask me, Coach, I would expect this signing to be done by the end of business today because of the rate or the progress it has hit.
The pace is just man.
It's really, really good. But unfortunately, because I don't feel we have the pulling power minerals, I feel it's going to take longer. And this is the transfer window. I'm not going to be surprised if Manchester City meet that valuation, if we take longer.
It's not going to be only if you take longer. I'm so concerned because here's the thing. I think their case. I think they've walked away from the deal. This is not really a hijack. Go ahead. You were saying something, IDZ.
I heard we have actually officially bid. I heard it. We're going to, or it's imminent, but Chelsea have not officially bid. So it's the reports are very scary. Again, if we had people in place to eradicate rumours from the outside and get dealings done from the inside, we'll have more of a clear understanding as to where we are. But we haven't got that. So we got a bank on Twitter verified journalists with blue ticks. We got to get our verifications from various outlets and a source. Whereas if you had a director of football, sporting director in place, speculation will either be quashed or be seen through offers or denied through the fact that we're not going in for it. And we haven't done any of that this window. So we're all over the place. Other teams see us as all over the place. And I understand, and I'm okay with it, because we haven't got the right people in place to put us in the right direction in the transfer window. So yeah, we're going to go for anyone that's available that fits the position area that we need. And so I'm all for Cucurella. My only concern, like I've always had a concern, is that the longer we wait, the longer we will have less chance of getting the player over the line. And the quicker Todd Bowley gets a sporting director and a director of football, technical director in place, the better. So we don't look like we are all over the place. And we
I wouldn't.
like
I wouldn't actually advocate us getting in a director of football mid-season.
No. Even if you get him mid-season, he ain't going to be able to operate until the next window in January. So,
then we shouldn't prioritize that in any way. We should just move beyond it. Keep doing what we're doing. Maybe
yeah and no, but because if you consider what we're doing, I don't think Tom Bowley will have the minerals to understand, because you're going to create a scouting pool of shortlist of players that you would like to get. You're going to have.
And do you think he's really doing these on his own without the help of any, somebody experienced in that aspect, in the transfer window politics?
Okay, so we heard last week or a couple of weeks ago we hired a new is it a chief executive or someone that's going to be in charge of Chelsea affairs.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to imagine that personnel will be able to bring in somebody sport in mind. We can't kid ourselves. When we raise a concern, we have to go with our instincts. My instincts told me going into this window, we are lacking people that will replace Marino and Peter. So this transfer window will be hard. This transfer window, we've identified that we need a number 9. We don't need a number 9. In the beginning, I was actually mind-boggled that everyone was actually convinced that Kai Havertz could be that number 9 until we saw the first couple of games of pre-season and everyone had the instinct to say, oh, you know what? We might have been wrong. What I'm trying to say to you, coaches, this transfer window has made our eyes open that if we haven't got the right people in place pushing deals, we are going to be in this type of limbo for many years to come, or many more windows to come, because I wouldn't want to imagine many years, or many windows to come. So you will need to identify that as quickly as possible. I don't think it's just sporting director of football that he's going for, as well as player. I think he's going for everything. But the quicker he gets one, the quicker his job is easier by him. The director coming and say, you know what, Todd, I'll take it from there. Let me just take that from you, and what do you want me to do? And I'll execute that, whether it be before deadline day or whether it be after deadline day and ready for January. One needs to be in place. So you strategize your transfer targets for January. If we miss out on targets this summer, who's going to strategize or prioritize how we go on for them on January? Todd is not going to do that. Todd can't do that. He's going to have to employ someone to do that. So I love it. He is hands-on. I can't deny. He is hands-on. The only thing is is that you can't be a jack of all trades. And you can't, I don't think you can be a jack of all trades. You can't be master at everything. You're going to have to delegate. So
I think you could argue he didn't become a billionaire by being dumb. Yeah, I think he's doing that already.
Understandable, but football is football makes people do madness. We got football that's making statesmen, people from head of states come to this country, buy football clubs when they're evading tax in their home nation, so they can wash the funnel the money. Football makes billionaires do stupid. But I'm not saying Tom Bowley is stupid. What I'm trying to say is that maybe having more football experience on the ground in working at our football club, trust me, we'll see the difference, especially in transfer windows. You think we'll be linked with all those players that the brother just mentioned earlier on and we didn't get anyone? You think that will happen under, I'm not saying Marino will do it, but you will have things in place. You will have personnel in place to be getting these things done. But we pray for better days. Hopefully Cucurella is signed before the end of business today, or by Wednesday. I want to see him in medical. London is not far from Brighton to London. It's just one train. If you really want to talk about it, get yourself to Clapham Junction, get yourself down to Surrey. Southwest trains. It's not very, very long. But what I'm trying to say is I want that done ASAP if we are in advanced talks negotiating, if that still going to be done, because I ain't got time to work. I'm going Liverpool. I'm going Liverpool on weekend. I want to see good. I'm going to go see the boys' first game. So you know, I know that those new signings aren't going to be there when I go see them. But what I will see is, you know, a team ready to play, and I hope that we get things done as quickly as possible. Hello?
I think it's frozen.
Oh my God. We
Yeah,
lost the coach.
we lost.
The almighty coach. The almighty coach.
We lost the host.
We lost the. How are you doing, Mark? How are you doing, Richard?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I hear your argument. That's very. It makes sense, isn't it? We have to seal this deal now.
I mean, there's no point. I mean,
exactly.
When do we want to seal the deal? September the 3rd. So he comes in January. So do you want to seal? We should seal it. Let's just seal all the transfers now and let them come in.
Especially as we know the player actually said his first choice is Man City. That we don't want to give City any opportunity to come up with the money.
100%. Now I don't. What the thing with City? I don't know why City not going for this guy is actually annoying me.
I think
in a way. Why it's annoying me? Because they're being very arrogant. Don't be arrogant. This arrogance will bite you in the back. And I think they've been arrogant all season based on the work they know they can put in the league.
Yeah.
So they can sell Zinchenko, they can sell Sterling, they can sell Jesus and bring in Haaland. And they'll have the perception that all will be well. Arguably, I think it will be. But it may be a lot of teething period because these Zinchenkos, these Gabriel Jesus, these Raheem Sterlings, they create those opportunities that change your game. Raheem Sterling, last match of the season, Gundogan's header, it was Raheem Sterling that got past the Tyron Mings, got that ball into the box, Gundogan header. So those little things, Zinchenko passing the ball from the left, bringing it into Rodri rocking it in. It's these little differences that make what it is. But I believe Pep not going for Cucurella just shows arrogance. Like,
he got
50 mil. They can afford that 50 mil, and it won't affect them
easily.
That's not even, you see their budget for the year. I don't even think they've spent a fraction of it. Yes, no. Including Haaland.
No,
including Haaland. If they had 250 M's, 200 M's, I thought they still got 180, 190, 200 left.
Yeah, they've only spent.
That makes sense.
They've only spent 90 on Haaland and
exactly.
And Calvin Phillips.
Exactly. So like the arrogance of Man City is really annoying. Like, you got this left back. Like, this left back fits Manchester City. He fits Pep Guardiola. This is Jordi Alba. This is
Messi.
This is literally a Spanish. You know how Spanish left backs are. This is a prototype Barcelona La Masia product. Barcelona left back here, and you're not going for it for 50 million. What? I'm really I'm angry that you're because it looks like this but I'm an opportunist at this point because we haven't got the minerals to pull. We haven't got the luxury in this transfer window like Man City do. So I'm gonna have to take it.
We have to seal this ASAP. But I'm surprised some Chelsea fans are saying, "What do we need him?" Or what we sending Levi Colwill there.
Yeah. So my take on that is simple. We need to come off this mindset that every single academy product is destined to make it in the first team. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. Every top club has an academy. Manchester United. Do you know how many players Manchester United have created that are playing in the Premier League that you wouldn't even know that were on their books? It is unfortunate. It cannot be done. Manchester City, Arsenal. Arsenal.
Yeah.
It's not everywhere. It works. It works with smaller clubs within the big time, like a Crystal Palace, like I don't know. Give me another Everton.
Yeah, it's like Southampton.
Southampton. You know, with that ethos, every club has to have an academy. You need to have one of your own coming through. But to say that, if you are trying to challenge for the biggest trophies in the game, and academy products are going to be the ones to force that through, you're being very, very deluded. especially for a player that hasn't been tested in Levi Colwill. Obviously, he had a brilliant season in Huddersfield, but how many of our academy players had a brilliant season on loan? Quite a few. You know what I mean? So it's not everyone that can come through. And yes, if I can take a proven Premier League player who's still young, 23, 24, over Levi Colwill, who has not been tried and tested, and I know that I can get more academy products coming in. Why would I worry? Why would I worry? So all this Thomas Tuchel don't believe in youth, all of that, that's all conspiracy theories people like to make just to suit their narrative. I'm not buying into it. It is what it is. Yeah? Not everyone's going to make it. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the team sheet right now, bar Levi Colwill, how many players are there through the academy ranks? Quite a few, mate. It's quite a lot.
Yeah. Most of them, I think they already have a pre-agenda, I would say, against the manager. So they use this as just an opportunity to beat him with that stake of, he doesn't trust in the academy.
Football is quick to forget.
Yeah.
Football's quick to forget. We just won the Champions League 2 seasons ago.
Guys, I can't thank you guys enough. You guys are absolute legends for helping me hold the fort.
No, coach. You are not the host anymore. It's me and Rodrigo. Who is this guy? Rodrigo? I'm going to catch up with the chat, and then I'll go back again. I'll leave it to Rodrigo to come in to let us know how he feels so far, whether he's dropped the key of the panic box before we get into the topics proper, and I'll go out and try to fix the connection properly. A good day, everyone, says Michael Ebuka. Nice to see you here, brother. I hope you're doing well. Liam Lane says, looking more likely, it's a fight between Fofana and Vardiol, on which will be the last CB coming in. They seem to be TT's main choices. Again, I'm not sure. Are we looking at both, or do we want to get one of them only? When you start talking, Rodrigo, I'd like you to clarify that this is not a hijack. I said that already. It's not a hijack. City walked away. If they were serious about getting him, but usually I don't see Pep getting involved in a bidding war for players. I think it's simple. Especially if the player, has a bit, you could say it's torn between joining two clubs, which you can say is the case now, because Cucurella looks like he's willing to accept Chelsea's offer if the two clubs can come to an agreement. Or maybe if the club doesn't want to sell, usually Pep walks away. It's not a bidding war. If it's a bidding war, I don't think it's one that we can win, except if Pep thinks that we'll be overpaying for the player, which I think it is right now, and they've walked away from the deal. Do I think there's a chance they still come back with a better offer for the player? I think that can still happen. So again, I'm not going to believe any player, it's going to come to what until I see an official statement from the club. But that's, by the way, the Undertaker CFC says Leicester do not want to sell Fofana. Move on, or he's not coming. We've heard that before. Some people didn't believe we're going to be able to sign Ben Chilwell. And remember, there's something going around that Leicester, they do need to sell players to get money to be able to facilitate their transfer activities. And they haven't sold any big name that will fetch them enough money to do so at this point. Even if Kasper Schmeichel, I don't know if he's left already. I don't think he's going to fetch them that much money. Why are we still talking about Fofana? Because the club still want him. It's a Cucurella deal, a done deal, not yet. But there are signs that the club should be able to get it over the line. But like IBZ said already, we need to move quick. Yakin not done yet. Okay, thank you for getting the answer from him. If only we could get Vardiol. We don't know what's going on. Leipzig, it doesn't look like they want to let him go, but we'll see what happens. Leipzig wants Werner on permanent deal. If this happens, it's good for both the clubs, but in the end, a good profit for Leipzig. You could. That may well be the case. And then if this guy here you're looking on the screen says something to you, it still sounds a bit salty. I haven't had the time, to go lighten its strictness a bit. It's just a robot. It's not a human being. Don't feel like it's a non-Chelsea fan there, being salted to you. That's not the case. Again, here it says Reece James is there. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Apologies for not understanding that. Says, again, this is just a conversation between those in the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Queen of the House. Says we cannot rush the appointment of a DOF.
It's one of the biggest decisions he will make as an owner, and he has to take his time and appoint the right person. No need to rush. It's a long, as long as we get in the right person. Yep, that makes a perfect sense, so to speak. A good day, everyone. Good day to you too. Limitless. Cucurella, with Cucurella coming in, I think we only need one more centre back. He can play LCB, but like you've heard from the argument from Gopo, his numbers are out of this world. It wouldn't make any sort of sense to play him defensively. Will be, stifling his abilities, or will be dwarfing his creative abilities. I think he needs to play even closer to the final third, to create more chances for us. Here we go. Marco says, Sunday's Duhar. Did you hear that already? Tell us. I'd like to see that happen. Breaking news, Barca, who needs a reinforcement at LCB, are looking to bring back Cucurella. That's not the truth. To Barcelona, they'd rather us get him so they can come in, so we can let Alonso join them. Here's the thing, I don't believe that nonsense. Xavi has spoken to him and asked the player to wait. I know you're joking. Smith, he quotes himself. Thank you for that comic relief there, if you want to see it that way. Let's go for Vardy. That wouldn't be a bad purchase. No. His experience I think he's a great professional, if you ask me, although I don't know him that too well. I hope Levi not involved in the deal. We would need him in the team in the long run. I think that's the case. And I've heard Thomas Tuchel wants him to stay.
We're going to need a lot of academy players in the long run. Yes,
we're going to need them all. Yeah, the quota is there.
Academy players.
Yeah, plus we need a deep squad. So I'm going to come to you, Rodrigo. And I know I've asked you how you're doing. I do believe you're doing well. You can come in. Let us know how you feel about the club's transfer activities so far, and what your hopes for the players we're still looking at, whether we'd be able to get any of them over the line or all of them. You go ahead.
Oh, coach, you've ruined it now. You've jinxed it. That's it. We're not getting, guys. I'm sorry. We were so close to get Cucurella until we got to shop him in a Chelsea top. I'm really sorry, guys. He was literally a Cobham signing.
Then I ruined it.
City dropped at 50M and he ran away. But yeah, it'll be a great signing. I actually don't think playing him as a left centre back will limit his ability to go forward. We usually, when we play against teams that park the bus, one of the centre backs can push really high. We had Rudiger, but Rudiger was good.
Then it becomes a huge risk.
Yeah. No. What will happen is we can switch and become a back four. So the two centre. So we tell Silva and Koulibaly to stay back, and then one of the midfielders, Jorginho, to act as a third centre back. Because obviously when Rudiger used to bomb forward, as good as he was, he doesn't have that final pass. He doesn't have the final cross in the final third. What he did is he becomes another player in attack or in midfield. But if you have someone like Cucurella, who's very good in attacking spaces, and he can join in the attack, he can actually produce. If you look at the cross, like when we play them, like the cross that he's sending for
Danny Welbeck.
Yeah, Danny Welbeck to score. So in those sort of position, I think Cucurella can get himself in those positions. I agree. The best position for him to play would be as a left wing back, but I think there is no harm in playing Cucurella and Chilwell. Obviously, in the long run, when Chilwell is back to speed, because I think Chilwell would take at least, I think maybe 5 to 10 games to get back to speed.
5 to 10 games, yeah. That's a long time, my brother.
Yeah,
that's another 2 months.
I saw in preseason. He's not fully there yet. He might be fit, as in he can train, he can do all the drills, but he's not fit. He's not much fit. Because the guy missed out to nearly 75% of the season.
No, you're 100. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna in that time, ready straight into it.
In that time, we can afford. We will play Cucurella as a left wing back, and then I still think, we still need the left. Oh, that stuff. So if we play Cucurella as a left wing back, Koulibaly will play as a left centre back. So we need. I think one of the priority is that if we get Cucurella, we have to get a right centre back. We don't need Vardiol. So in my head is between Vardiol and Cucurella.
I think I know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, if we get Cucurella, I don't think it would make sense to still go for Vardiol. I think maybe if Thomas Tuchel has decided he's done with Ben Chilwell, or maybe because at one point it took time before Ben Chilwell played himself into the team. It seemed as if he didn't like him.
Yeah, he said because he had.
Don't get it twisted, man. Remember he hadn't played in 3 months.
Yeah, before that time, but even when he was fit, even there was hashtag going around a free Ben Chilwell. There was a time it seemed as if he was trusting. But again, this is all speculation. So we're not sure. Rodrigo, round up so that I can bring in Ty.
I'll round it up. Yeah, I think Tuchel rate Chilwell. I wouldn't put it like he doesn't rate Chilwell. Here is a simple thing of we need squad depth. We need competition in that position, and this person does the job of a left wing back and as a left centre back. Both.
He's basically the perfect bill. He's basically the perfect bill for Chilwell's competition.
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it around that left side and depth. Yeah, he's basically what we need on the right as well.
Yeah, we need on the right to do. We need someone like this on the right to compete with James.
And that's it. And that's it. And we're sorted.
Again, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I'll come back and bring in Ty, the counterman. He's countered me already. He started the fight with me already, but Ty was right. I think if there's a way I'll phrase it, it was same as see if Thomas Tuchel never rated him. I think, but there was a time you could say he was reluctant, to select him, and it was all Marcos Alonso.
When was that though? That's what I'm asking.
I don't remember. Ty, do you think what I do is write the date of everything that happens with every player?
No, I'm trying to. No, you don't need to say the day. I'm just asking.
No, there was a time. Let me just be specific here. There was a time he didn't select him for a while, even though he was fit. And then there was a hashtag going about free Ben Chilwell because Alonso wasn't putting in 100% during games. That was when there was a concern that maybe he didn't rate him.
Was that at the start of the season?
I'm not sure. I can't remember what time exactly.
If it was, but I'll come to you in a bit, brother. He did have a little bit of a niggle injury, if I'm not mistaken, going into the Euros.
Yes, but he returned. But Marcos Alonso wasn't performing 100%, but still he didn't start him until it took a while before he gave him a chance.
No, because and that's why I'm saying that the point is that he hadn't played in the Euros. He was in the squad. He didn't play.
Now Ty is bringing the point up. Even Thomas Tuchel did say that too. But let me come back so that you can explain that fully. If you don't mind, can I catch up with the chat and come back to you, bro?
Yeah,
all right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We have 182 people watching and we have 42 likes. Again, please, let this be the day we'll break that record of getting to 300 likes. We can do that, but it's up to you. If you have time, please go ahead, keep liking the video, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Smith David says, if by any chance Barca come after our target again, then I will personally go to war with Barcelona. Please, somebody should ask them to stay away from Cucurella. I come in peace. Yep, I don't think they will come for him. I understand your concern. The two occasions where it seemed as if they snatched a player under our noses, I think I'm beginning to think probably is we knew it was going to happen. We just want them to get have the player. If the player decides to join them, you could argue we're getting a clear understanding of what, in fact, Todd Bowley and Juan Laporta discussed that around the table during that delicious meal that he had to fly to Spain on his private jet. But that's, by the way, Liam Lane here says, Cucurella, I agree, but the point is that he can give the cover, which is what TT wants in players being a versatile. If you're a versatile player under Thomas Tuchel, I think if you enjoy being used as a utility player or as a versatile player, Thomas Tuchel is your man. But if you don't enjoy it, if you're a specialty player, you're in trouble. You're gonna hit the man. But that's, by the way, I get your point. Here says you cannot handle the truth. Says I am not believing anything till I see the player in the Chelsea shirt. That makes sense. And until you get an official statement, again, that's a delicious comment right here. And that's how we try to educate our followers to behave put everything you see out there in a single bucket, target or, speculations or rumors, if you prefer, until you get an official statement from the club. Again, there are some examples there. When you look at them, you'd learn you shouldn't even believe in everything you see out there. But that's, by the way, more importantly, look at them, bring them together, dissect and analyze, and then come to a sensible conclusion. Believe me, you will live longer if you start behaving like that. Good defense win titles and trophies. I think Thomas Tuchel himself knows that. TT knows how to win those, so we would give him all the support. I think it looks like that's the case. The club, they're supporting the man. Hi, my Chelsea bro. In my opinion, I think TT should give attention to a striker. If he wants one, I'm not going to, blow against that. It's his decision. And by the way, we've all called for the club to back the man. I remember Mourinho, when we won our first and second titles, our defense was watertight. You don't just win trophies by attacking. You win trophies, by even defending. Also, you need balance. You need to be, attack cautiously. You don't need to, leave loopholes behind as you're attacking, and then teams can counter you and beat you even, or maybe outscore you. And you cannot score goals against you, and you cannot outscore every team, which was the case under Frank Lampard. I remember Mourinho, when we won our first and second titles, our defense was tight. Yep, I read that. And this, did I just skip something high? Because I saw my brother Fahim, I wanted to skip to his comment. I've read that one. This one here, a small note to everyone. Cucurella's name is pronounced somewhat like Cucurella.
Yes, Cucurella. Yeah.
Okay, Cucurella. Thank you very much. Supreme Court.
That's Spanish because
it's okay. It's okay, that's why it's pronounced like that. Okay.
When there's two L's, it's pronounced as a Y. So that's why.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Again, it says a small note. Thank you for teaching us that. Cucurella. I hope nobody disgraces me in public if I call him Cucurella again. Cucurella. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But we need a striker too. Again, we'll see what happens. Again, talking to Supreme Court. Test. Phantom, what the heck are you testing, man? You know you don't have to do this for me to read your comment, but I appreciate the donation anyway. I love you, brother. Thank you for finding the time to join us. And big up from my brother, CFC Fahim. I think he has a show scheduled today also, a transfer show. Hopefully I'll be able to make it, but usually at that time, that's when I'm sleeping during the day, because I start preparing for the Blue Monday show, usually 2:30 a.m. Please, bro, let us know the time for the show, because I'd like a lot of people here to join, because I know it's going to be a brilliant show with you there. And again, go check out CFC Fahim's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. Brilliant channel, content as well. Again, more importantly, content, and that's why we're friends. Thank you, bro, for joining us. Big up the channel and the panel. Chelsea all the way. Thank you for having you around. Relax. Chilwell is still recovering. And Cucurella, okay. Too pronounced, right? And Cucurella is good for competition and option. That's what we've all been calling for. We've never called for backups here. We call it competition. And thank you for understanding that. Remember last year when Chilwell was not starting, and TT said he was struggling mentally. That's the truth. A big up coach, panel and chat. Glenn. Nice to see you here, Glenn. I hope you're doing well. And just sequence says, reports coming in, the third meeting with Leipzig included Werner's deal and discussion to buy either Vardiol or Nkunku. Something might happen here. Again, never say never. Again, if you don't buy tickets, you're never going to win lottery. But we'll see what happens. We may well get either of the two players. Hope Barca aren't aware. Stop being afraid. And again, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom of all the comments here. If I skip your comments, apologies. Your contributions. I'll try to get to your subsequent contributions. Apologies for that. So I'm going to come back to the panel and bring in Ty, the counterman. He's already countered me, but I know always great contribution from you. As always, the counters, that's how we learn. You present your counter argument. Maybe the other person is wrong, then they have something to learn from the person presenting the counter argument. And believe me, I stand corrected with what Ty says. Again, it's not like Tuchel didn't value Ben Chilwell at that point. It was just he wasn't mentally ready, given what I read in the chat and what Ty talked about. So Ty, coming to you, I want to get your thoughts overall. Every player we're looking at in the transfer window, you know, how quickly we've moved. We're moving in the case of Cucurella. You know, your thoughts. Which of them do you think will get first?
I mean, if reports are to be believed, I think maybe the most likely one to be first is probably
And as
Cucurella.
Ty is talking, I'm going to go out to switch in the internet to the booster one. So you guys don't mind me. That's it's intentional. It's not. You know, go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, so based on if reports are to be believed, the one that looks more likely is Cucurella, because it's about agreeing the fee with Brighton. So I think in that sense it becomes the easiest one to complete, because there is already a pathway that has begun in that sense. So it's about just agreeing the fee, and then contracts will be, you know, exchanged, contracts will be signed, and then, you know, it's close to being finalized, and then obviously you get a confirmation. So in that sense, I think Cucurella is probably the most ideal one. Fofana is one where it has a lot of mixed emotions, because people will look at the fact that Leicester City will be trying to get as much as they can from us, particularly the fact that they need the money. But I mean, the narrative per se, if I can quickly add this, is that even though they may want to sell a few players, I'm pretty sure they're not going to turn their head and say that, oh, we're not going to accept anything else, because they, like has been said in the past, they need money in order to buy players, so they need to sell to buy. So if they get additional funds, they will be looking at it and say, okay, yeah, we can use this to get some players in, and maybe we'll be able to replace these players. So I think in that sense, it doesn't mean that Fofana isn't possible. It's about if the club is willing to whether make a compromise or try to make a bid that is close to the asking price, if there is truly an asking price, and then maybe find the most ideal situation and possibly make a bid, try to go for him. Because if reports are to be believed, he is open to the move, so that means that the personal terms and things like that, there's no issues per se. It's just about if we can find that agreement with the parents club right now. I mean, Dumfries is not somebody that I'm particularly keen on, but I mean, like I've already expressed in the past, and I mean, I used to be a person who used to be frustrated and say, "Oh, why is the manager going for this player?" But if the manager wants the player, then there's nothing I can do. I can just hope that if they come in, they do good, and we go from there. I don't think there's any point in me ranting and saying, "Oh, he's not good enough. He's not good defensively." Because if the manager wants him, he has a plan for him, and if that is the case, then I just have to live with it, and I just accept and just back the player and hope that he comes good. So for me, I think, like I said, Cucurella is the most likely one, because it's going the right pathway. It looks quite similar to the Koulibaly deal, because we got the personal terms agreed first, and now it's just about agreeing that fee. So if that is the case, then it's completely different from the Koundé, the Rafinhas and things like that. It'll be closer to the Koulibaly deal, because he does need to get that fee agreed, and you go from there and you can get the player. And it should be easier to do, because, well, even for fun it would be easy, but because both are in England preparing for the upcoming season, so it's not a case where they have to travel on a plane to do things like that. You probably have to take some other type of transportation to get to the club and things like that. So it will be easier to complete than in the case of a Dumfries, because Dumfries would have to travel from one country to the next just to get any deal over the line and sign contract and things like that. But for me, I think Cucurella is the most likely. And for me, I have to just quickly add this. I'm not too keen on him playing as a left centre back, because one of his weaknesses that I've noticed when I watch Brighton is that he's not the greatest with aerial duels, and understandably, because he's not the tallest player. So you do have some players who, despite their height, they're good at it, but he's not ideally good at that. I mean, probably he's a 4 out of 10 in terms of aerial duels. So I think that is probably going to be a disadvantage that we will have if we play him as a left centre back. That's of course against teams that have these tall enough or players who are dangerous in the air. So if we do play him, I think probably the best thing to do, or I mean, Tuchel could plan to use him as a left centre back, but if it was up to me, I would prefer to use him as a left wing back because he has acceleration, he has the pace, he has the aggression and things like that, and he has the instinct of getting in the right positions, making crosses at the right time, making those groundbreaking passes. So those are things that, if you look at that, it's better he plays as a left wing back than a left centre back. I'm not saying that he can't do that because we've seen what Rudiger used to do. I mean, he would go up the pitch and play like what I call a second fullback. So I guess in that sense, it's not like he can't do it, but I think in the defensive side of it, when they try to defend crosses, he would have a disadvantage because he's not that good in terms of aerial duels, and because of his height, really adding to that as well, it becomes an issue. So I think maybe the best solution is to possibly play him as a left wing back. So that is why for me, if Levi Colwill ends up staying, which is kind of looking slim, there won't be a situation where he's been blocked because he would have an opportunity still. So I would play Cucurella as a left wing back, but that's just me. I think Tuchel may
All right, I think you just brought up an important topic that we should. I will go around the panel to get their opinion on what position they think they play, and I'll have Goppo come last, and you see some delicious reasons why it's important we play him further forward and not as a left centre back. And Ty, you've alluded to some of those points a bit. I'm going to quickly try the best I can to stay, to be aligned, to be sure that what we have in the chat, that those things are aligned with what we're talking about already. So we're not going back and forth of topics. But that's why I do it. So let me catch up with them, scroll to the very bottom, then come in with the next questions. And I want to put up a poll to also get what those in the chat think. The Red Star FC, Barcelona should be happy that they will buy Alonso now that they have agreed if Chelsea buy new left back or left wing back, they buy their targets. Again, it trickles down. I think the moment we sign Cucurella, I think we'll be more than willing to let Alonso join Barcelona. And I think there's already an agreement in place. Chelsea reluctance comes down to our ability to bring in another player, because it wouldn't make sense to let Alonso go without bringing in another left-sided player that can play the left wing back position, especially. So if you're watching, we have 206 people watching, and we have 78 likes. Coach, 22 more to get to 100. Yes, go ahead.
I've got a wild take here. Just hear me out. Hear me out, guys. We need to keep Alonso.
No way.
I'll mute myself.
I'll
justify myself when you come to me. Okay.
Let me catch up with the chat. I'll bring in Tobago with his fight when I come back. Dumfries is ready to join Chelsea. What did you say that Chelsea all the way? You're a veteran here already, so let us know. You can't just tell us that and just leave it at that. You're a veteran on Chelsea Perspective, so let us know. You have to elaborate, or you start in a fight. Cucurella, no, just go away. Glenn, I'm sure you're speaking Spanish there. I'll just call him Cuckoo. It's a good one, but it would sound like the sound that was the foul maker. What I don't want to try to say the other name, and let it not sound come across as if I'm saying something else. Again, that's just you, the beautiful game. Thank you. Nice to see you, brother. And Riam Moore says, larger coach, big up to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Heights to you in everything you do. What the latest on Cucurella? Again, we'll go into looking at the updates on the screen later on. We'll see where we are with that. And I'm looking at my update screen. If anything happens that you guys should know, I will immediately shift to that immediately. I didn't say anything regarding the pronunciation. You haven't, yeah, but you usually pick up on those things. You like to shame me in public. Chelsea all the way, did you see what Neville said about Dumfries? Not that I would take much notice of what he's saying. Again, probably something negative. I'm guessing. I haven't seen it because Chelsea looking to sign the player. But if it was Manchester United, it would be all praise for the player in question. But that's, by the way, just 14 likes to get to 100. Please, I beg you. You guys are absolute legends for already getting it to 87 likes. I know we can break the record today and get to 300 likes. So please keep liking the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Tony8254 says, we don't need a striker. Liverpool and City play with false nine and have been a phenomenal. Yeah, but they both have signed 2 traditional strikers, if you want to say it that way. And let's see how that happens. Again, why can transfer deals keeping close to us? Sometimes you could argue, it makes sense to argue that the selling club usually leaks it so that all the interested clubs will come in, or sometimes they engineer stories to make it seem as if there are multiple clubs vying for the signature of the same player. That way you pay more in panic if you don't pay attention, if you don't understand the politics of the transfer window. What's the latest on the young? Nothing yet. If we see anything, we will let you know. Again, some updates is that just quickly, I'm looking at it on my screen now. Monaco are trying to sign Malang Sarr, but Chelsea are reluctant to let the player go until we get in a left-footed centre-back, another left-footed centre-back, then we can let him go. Yes, people, the Queen of the House says, like the stream. Keep liking the stream, please. Again, that does go a long way for the channel. If I will only get excited when I see him holding the shirt, that's not enough. I think Ty brought it to my attention maybe, and I've started rephrasing it this way until we get an official statement from the club. After all, John Mikel, he took a picture with Sir Alex Ferguson with a Manchester United shirt. But again, so even announcing may well not be enough. Sorry?
Wasn't he wearing it?
I think, he was wearing it too. Yeah, exactly. Not even.
And he had earrings and everything, and he was smiling.
Yeah. Again, so that shows you even holding the shirt and taking a picture with the manager. Those things aren't enough. Again, until you get even an official statement, you could argue that's a chance. That's that. But again, clubs these days, they do wait until they show the player have put pen to paper. So if you get an official statement from the club, then you're fine. But then again, something else that can also just bring everything to zero if the player fails their medical. That's why sometimes you hear the club say something like subject to medicals. So who do you prefer, Aki, Cucurella, or Cucurella? Because I feel City tried to dump Aki to go for Cucurella. Yep, they tried that, and Pep inadvertently gave that away. He said, if we can't sign Cucurella, we still have Aki here. So which means Aki, to me, my interpretation of that is Aki is only important because they're not able to get Cucurella. But that's, by the way, I'm going to look at a few comments here. Again, the others, I will highlight them as the panelists speak to just get to the very bottom there. So we're aligned. So you're not talking about a different topic and we're talking about a different topic. Then when I read something in the chat, it takes us backwards. So City don't like a bidding war, but it's strange how they would pull off from Cucurella deal. Again, they have their valuation of the player, and people see things from different lenses. Maybe Thomas Tuchel think he's worth more than Manchester City are offering, or something like that. So I'm gonna come to I know Ty, you started that aspect of the discussion. The best place to play him. So I'm going to ask, go to the coolest test. He hasn't spoken. The coolest, and by the way, Phantom, I hope you're doing well. I haven't asked you that. And thank you for wearing the Chelsea shirts today. But
before you do anything,
because you're used to that.
A quick question, just a very quick question.
Mm-hmm. But let me just say this quickly. I know you're very.
I sent a test super chat. Did you get a test super chat for $2?
Yeah, that's why I was asking. What the heck were you doing? You don't have to do that before I read your comments.
I was trying to super chat a different channel and it wouldn't let me. And I know I've super chatted you successfully here, and so I was successful here, but I was not successful on this other channel. So well, whatever.
Well, maybe this channel recognizes you, but thank you anyway. But you don't have to do that for me to read your comment. You're my brother, friend, and plus, again, you're one of the old timers here. So I'm going to start with the coolest test. Again, your thoughts. What position do you think will Marc Cucurella be best deployed? What will be his best position where he will be better utilized? Not just play him anywhere where we'd see less of his potentials or what he's able to offer. I want to get your thoughts on that. Again, keep liking the video, guys. It looks like we will get to 300 likes today. We're already at 96 likes and we have 221 people watching. So keep liking the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So go ahead, you shoot your shot there.
First of all, big up, guys. I hope you're all good. To be honest, from my side, Marc Cucurella.
To be honest, that's your ID.
Yes. To be honest, from my side, Marc Cucurella as a left wing back is more effective because he's so good on attacking, also carving up the spaces. And then we know if Alonso had an issue, he can go forward, but he can cover his spaces. So I'd rather use Cucurella there or Chilwell. And again, Chilwell is not fit enough to start the season. So Cucurella for me is a perfect fit. And also, I want to emphasize this, coach. If you're letting me, I've seen
I'm
a lot of
you. You're already talking.
Yes. A lot of Chelsea fans are moaning about us getting Cucurella while we have Chilwell. But again, Chelsea is a big club. We need competition. Name names?
You want to name somebody specifically, a content creator? Go ahead, shoot for it. Just don't call names, but just you're disagreeing with him. I want you to name names. I think I know who you have in mind, but go ahead, talk about it. We're allowed to express ourselves.
And then, like they're complaining that. What about Chilwell? What will happen to Chilwell? We need competition in order to be successful, to compete.
No, apparently they don't think so.
Yes, and also again, Cucurella have the ability to play as a left centre back. That means they can play both. If, for example, you don't have a Koulibaly there or whoever, you can still play Marc Cucurella as a left centre back. And then Chilwell as a right wing back, left wing back, I mean. So it's still possible. But again, our fans sometimes, I don't know their logic about football, but it's fine. Hopefully this deal will go through because like now we're on a calm mode due to what happened from Barcelona. So now I'll just be calm until it's official.
Again, you make a good argument there. People coming up with the idea, why are we getting Cucurella? Why we will have Ben Chilwell? Again, I think they're not paying attention, or maybe they're not really people that understand football that well. Again, here's the thing. I don't know. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this because what I'm trying to educate people on the importance of us, moving from the culture of having a starter and a backup player in every position. That has been Chelsea's case, from even on the Roman, even on the you could argue just Jose Mourinho era. We had starters, we have backups, and the moment the starter gets injured, we will start struggling during the season. But last season, it was all clear that we had a bloated squad. That that after the first starting 11, everyone else is this absolute nonsense, if I'm allowed to phrase it that way. Or let me just phrase it in a safer way so not to get into trouble. Everyone else, you could say are all, those ones are all, not up to par, not good enough to play for Chelsea Football Club. We learned that when Ben Chilwell got injured. Yes, Marcos Alonso showed some brilliance, but he's one of the most inconsistent players at Chelsea Football Club, which means he shouldn't even be there. When Reece James got injured, yes, we had Cesar Azpilicueta who was able to fulfill the role, but Azpilicueta going forward offers, you could say 70% less than what Reece James can offer going forward. But defensively, he's brilliant. So we should, and then in the midfield area, when Kante was out, we struggled. Our defense got exposed. When Jorginho was out, we struggled. We found it very difficult keeping the ball. Same thing when Kovacic, was out. We struggled even more when we played against, teams that pressed us aggressively. We weren't able to progress the ball. We struggled even more because Kovacic is only one of those one of the only players in our team that's still able to progress the ball when oppositions press us aggressively, or no matter how many players you have on him, he's still able to dribble his way out of tight spaces. So those things assured us we need to look beyond getting a player just for the sake of, being a backup to the starting player. First of all, the starting player isn't a machine. The starting player at some point will get injured. So you are agreeing that once the starting player gets injured, it's downhill from that moment onward. And if we had good enough player, if we had like 2 starting players in the left wing back position and the right wing back position, and in midfield area, if we had people that are able to read the game, break up games, break up opposition plays like Kante is able to do, if we had another player who's able to progress the ball no matter how aggressively the opposition's pressed us, we'd be winning the league this past season. But no, we didn't. But I don't know where that argument is coming. Again, you could say it's English bias, maybe because it's English. It's as simple as that. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come to Rodrigo has spoken. Rodrigo, I want to get your thoughts on where you think, that Cucurella will be better utilized at Chelsea. That is, if he eventually joins us, because he hasn't yet. So I want to get your thoughts.
So if he joins, big if, I would say he plays as a left wing back until Chilwell get back to speed. I feel what we're gonna see at one point is him and Chilwell playing in the same game, where he plays as a left centre back and Chilwell as a left wing back, and I'm okay with that. We have two. What we need then in that case, we'll have the other 2 centre backs and one of the midfielders to cover for any defensive lapses when Chilwell and Cucurella both go forward. And what's going to happen is I feel like he can play as an inverted centre back, if that's even a thing, where he joins in with the midfielders. Yeah, I can see Tuchel doing something crazy like that, playing both him and Chilwell, and you see some mad overlap on the left, because on the left what we're gonna have a triangle of Mount, Chilwell, and Cucurella. That's not bad, is it? Yeah, because I can see Sterling being the marquee signing and be the big name in the team. I'll see him playing in a free role. He's not gonna be restricted as a left on the left or anything like that. Sterling will be playing in a free role. So on the left will probably be Mount. So we're gonna have a 3: Mount, Cucurella, Chilwell.
So overall, what position do you think he will better?
Overall, I think left centre back. I think as much as people don't want to hear this, they want to play my left wing back. I think he'll be a left centre back, because I believe Chilwell will get back to his level, and once he's back to those level, yeah, they will have to play both of them.
Can I say something when everybody else is?
Yeah, go ahead, Ty.
Okay, I'll do it now then. What I was saying, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that it's not that Cucurella cannot play a left centre back, because, like you just alluded to as well, when Chilwell gets back up to par, when he gets back up to full match sharpness, then he probably can play him, because he will cover up the probably the height that Cucurella probably doesn't have. So I think in that sense, it would probably be okay then, because you'd have him. I know the left wing backs, or the wing backs rather, have to come back as well to help defend. So I think maybe he can probably assist him in that. But I think obviously there is going to definitely be a plan that both of them play, because like I was saying, I see the left centre back in some cases as a second fullback, and based on the way that Cucurella has that passing ability, it would be good connection with Chilwell, because Chilwell knows how to develop chemistry and have that connection with other players. So him having that quick passing ability and Chilwell having a good enough controlling ability, it would benefit the team long term. But right now, I'm talking as in when he comes in initially.
Yeah, he'll play left wing back. Yes, left wing back.
He plays a left wing back to cover for Chilwell and give Chilwell the freedom, just like we did with Alonso, where Alonso was playing in the beginning. And then Chilwell was introduced against Aston Villa in the cup game, I think. So maybe that's the plan. But for me, I'm just saying right now, because there's no other person who can play at the left wing back position, So assist him in defending as a left centre back. The best thing to do is to play him as a left wing back until Chilwell is available again.
Yeah.
Again, here's the plan for today. So go ahead. Sorry,
yeah,
bro.
The reason I say we might need to keep Alonso, I was talking about in build-up phases. I think people underestimate a lot of what Alonso give to the team. If you see how Mendy build up, it's either he pass to the two centre backs. Sometimes when we press high, Alonso with his height, we can go long to the wings. We never go to. If you look at Mendy, he never goes to Jem's side. It always goes to Alonso, and Alonso always, most of the time, I'd say 70% of the time, he wins this first header, and that allows us to progress the ball. So if we need, maybe that's what we're looking at. We need someone who has height on either side of the fullback. So, because you see what I mean? Because when you start building up, either we go long to Havertz, but Havertz is not really. Sometimes he wins his ball, but sometimes he loses. But Alonso will guarantee you he has a very good touch. So when you build up to him, you know he's gonna hold the ball and then progress from there. That's what I think.
In terms of progressing the ball, then he has space. If you mark Alonso very well, he usually goes back or sideways. And sometimes he's always looking for his left foot. I think he's too. Here's the thing: Alonso going forward, attacking. If he's already in the final third, he's a brilliant player. And there's something I've seen him do lately that he has not done consistently. And I was wondering why. He can pick up a good pass. Maybe he needs a lot of space to be able to do that. Again, but that's, by the way, my argument in terms of Alonso progressing the ball. No, I disagree with you.
It's not necessarily progressing the ball. I'm talking about from Mendy point of view. Because when pressing us, Mendy can't go to Thiago Silva or to the centre back. He usually goes to the fullbacks, and the fullback that he prefers most of the time he always goes to the left. He goes to Alonso, and Alonso wins most of the headers. So if you don't have Alonso in that position, I don't know how that's gonna work.
I don't know. I think he makes it. Maybe he starts trusting the next person. That maybe it's his natural instinct. He always goes to the left-hand side. People have preferences in everything, so that may well be the case. Again, we have 224 people watching. If you haven't, do like the video. We have 120 likes. We're nearly, we're close to halfway through our target for today, which is to get to 300 likes. You guys, but it's only possible because of those of you in the chat. Again, if you don't like the videos, we're not going to get there, but I believe we can if you want us to get there. So keep liking the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, Fofana's IG page, people. Again, we had some update from the coolest Charles Tobago. He says Wesley Fofana just removed Leicester City on his bio. Is it on Twitter? Whoa. If it's on Twitter, okay, let's stalk him. If you're in the chat, please go and stalk Wesley Fofana. Let us know what you find out. We want to know.
It's on both. He moved it from Twitter and Instagram.
Whoa, that's big,
Yeah,
so that's big. It's either
football player. It only says football player. That's what he says. Football player.
It's either he's having a serious issue with the club right now. Maybe he's pushing to leave. Because he says he has a gentleman agreement with them to let him go if Chelsea makes a sensible and acceptable offer. Also, but go and stalking people. So go ahead. You said you want to go to go ahead. Come in. You brought us that update.
I've shared something on your DM now. He just pinned something on his on his Twitter page. Something like "thank you," blah 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 blah. But you can say it so people can read it.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna try. My screen is probably problematic because I wasn't able to get the booster connection to run. So, but I'll try. But go ahead if you want to talk about it a bit. If you have it open there, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. This deal, I would love to get Wesley Fofana. But again, it's up to Leicester and Chelsea to find an agreement. Yes, this guy will fit into our system. He can play in all positions at the center backs. That's why he's so good. So for me, I don't want to put my hypes up because this deal is so complicated due to he extended the contract.
You long.
Yes. So again, Leicester needs money in order to bring players in. So we need to take advantage of that. Just put a bid in that will make Leicester board like crazy or something. Not the asking bid, but at least lower than that, at least. And let's see what will happen.
There's something wrong at Leicester. They haven't signed a single player. There's definitely something not right in that club.
So like Ty said a few days ago, they need the money. Go ahead. You were saying something.
That's Tobago.
Okay, Tobago, thank you for that brilliant update. And before I go to Gopo, IBC he hasn't actually told us what position he thinks he will get the best out of Cucurella. I will find the Fofana update and I'll share it on the screen in a bit. But I want to go to my brother Phantom of many topics. He's wearing the Chelsea shirt today, but I'm not going to get my hopes all high because he seemed like he's dynamic, even on screen. Before you know it, he's wearing a Dortmund shirt.
You know what? I just grab whatever shirt is on top of the dresser. I don't even think about it. If it's
so
Chelsea,
go ahead, your
Chelsea.
thoughts. Where do you think? I know your opinion on whether we should pay 50 million for him or not, but we're not going to get into that right now.
No.
I want to get your thoughts. What position do you think would play him to get the best out of him? Again, keep liking the video, guys. Let's get it to 300 likes today. We can do that, and it's all because of you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll answer it this way. If what's his name? Kobeli or the Kobali? Kobali is playing left center back. Koulibaly is playing left center back. Then this guy should play left wing back. But if on those days where Koulibaly is playing the center back because Silva is not playing that day, then we can bring this guy down to left center back and then have Chilwell play at left wing back. But either way, this gentleman does not seem like he's an attacker. This Cucurella, or how do you say his name? Cucurella. Okay, he does not seem like an attacker because, like you said, you pulled up the stats yesterday. He had 35 games and 1 score, so he's no Marcus Alonso. He doesn't feel like an attacker to me. So he's got to be some kind of defense. So when Chili's out, we use that left wing back kind of as a defense person, and then use the right wing back person more as an attacker. Maybe he's complemented with Reece James on the other side, or something like that. So you have a balance between one guy on the left is a defender and one guy on the right is an attacker, or vice versa. Either way. Hey, Ty, you look good. I hope more people come on the screen so we can see people's faces, because just looking at
just go ahead. People differ for various reasons. Some people don't want to come on the screen. Some people are actually at work. But go ahead. I get your argument. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm not saying that this guy is a bad guy. I'm just saying that the price of 50 million is really high. If we can get him down to 43, maybe even 45, then I feel better about the signing, because the
delays seems to me. I'd say maybe the delays shows maybe we're trying to negotiate a lower fee, if you ask me. But go ahead.
Right. Well, it looks like Man City backed out at 40 mil. And, so if they had gotten this Cucurella guy, then maybe Man City would be more willing to give us Nathan Ake again. I don't know. We seem to be willing to take Man City's, second-handed players. So, and Man City seems to be dishing out. As they improve their team, they're also dishing out players too, right? Like they got rid of Jesus and they got rid of Sterling. So I'm not as... I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that it was not that I don't necessarily like or hate this player. I just said 50 million is a Ben White price, and that's just too much to pay for a Ben White. And in this case, I think 50 million is too much to pay for this guy who doesn't really seem to have an offensive threat at all.
You think so? Okay, don't worry. That's why I'm leaving our stats man. He's still in the house. He's probably waiting. He's going to tell us why we should play him in a certain position. But IBZ, your turn to come in. And again, thank you for 210 people watching and 130 likes. We're near halfway our target today, which is to get to 300 likes. And please, please, I need you to help us get there. It is you that will help us break that record. The most we've had is 280 plus likes. Let's get it to 300 likes today. It is very possible, and it's just because of you. I'm going to try to read a few comments again. Says, please let Aspi and Alonso go to Barcelona as they have played their part in our history. We appreciate all their efforts. Again, it's not that easy, but it will happen. But we need to bring in a replacement first. We don't want to risk letting them go and then end up not having players that will play in those positions. If things go as planned, we're gonna have a super team in 2 seasons, even in this current season, because we're being strategic with our purchases. But that doesn't mean we'll win everything you believe we'll win the coming season. But we'll see. Again, talking to Jaffa there, it says Koulibaly, Fofana, De Jong, Cucurella, Dumfries, and Tony, or Leao. Again, the other side, again, Cucurella can play left wing back, but not that good at left back. I just fear for Ben Chilwell because he's going to bench Ben Chilwell, but I will take Cucurella all day. Here's the thing, only Appeal, it's all about let the better player play. Again, my natural brother, let the better player or the player with the informed, let the player informed play. And no single player can play the whole season without getting tired one way or the other. And if you overplay a player, they get tired mentally. And when their player gets tired mentally, they start making decisions you wouldn't want to see, you would hate to see on the pitch. Mason Mount being a prime example this past season, even at the time, Thomas Tuchel kept playing him. He got tired mentally, but on the pitch, you see his energy, he's still pressed. But in terms of creating chances, scoring goals, you see that mentally, he needs a break. It's just as simple as that. The humans, after all, if you don't arrest them, they, at the time they burn out, and that's dangerous. What about Emerson? I think Emerson is looking like he's going to leave, which is, you could argue, one of the reasons why we're willing to pay that much money for Marc Cucurella. I think you could argue it would be some people, but I don't think so. In the market, in the current market, plus inflation and all that, I think it's a good price. If it was like, if things aren't as bad as they are, then you'd say it's a panic buy or a panic buy already, but that's not the case. He will bench Chilwell. Well, if Ben Chilwell does enough to start over him, good. If not, let the most informed player start. Big up perspective for Fofana, taking Leicester off his personal bio. Yep, I will bring that up in a bit. Again, says Olalaye Shagin Manager brother says, I think the team is good at the back now, and also at the midfield with those rumors of those are coming in. Let Tuchel please work on the attacking area. They're still doing something. I must let you know. I'm going to skip quite a few stuff here and get to the bottom. If I keep reading what you have there, because you guys are the speed at which you're contributing in the chat, I cannot catch up with that. But my apologies. Every now and then, I will get your contributions. And like I told you, we've developed a process in place that will help us randomly select inputs and then read them, contributions in the chat, and then read them so nobody feels left behind. So apologies to you. I'm going to go to IBZ right away. IBZ, do you want us to look at his bio and analyze it before you come in on the position you think will be his best?
Oh, I'm not looking into cryptics. I just want to see the player signed, sealed, and delivered.
Okay, so what position do you think he will, be at his best for us if we eventually, get the deal over the line?
Anywhere on that left-hand side, wing back, full back, left back, a left winger. You can play anywhere on that left. That's what I feel will be best. Crosses from deep. He's good at defending. What Marcos Alonso can't bring to us in defending, he can do, and then some as well as going forward. Much younger. I believe playing him on that left-hand side, be it as a wing back, which we will all expect it to happen, or a full back. Yeah, that's where he'll be more effective. I've been seeing left centre back, and I've struggled to understand, but If Tuchel has a way of doing that, it will be interesting to see how that happens. Maybe as an experiment or just moving forward. But I wouldn't want to see him as a long term be played as a left centre back and that's his only position. No. The guy has much more to offer. Playing as a fullback, wing back, or even as an attacking left mid on that left hand side. Yeah.
You did mention something new that I haven't heard any of the panelists talk about. You said left center mid, right?
No, not centre mid. No, not centre mid.
Okay.
I believe just strictly on that left hand side. How Tuchel plays him, that will be another argument on how he drifts in or as a centre back. I don't know, but I'll play him to his full effect on that left hand side. Be it an attacking midfielder, be it a fullback, be it a wing back, be it just a traditional left back. That left hand side is effective. I believe even Chilwell could play Chilwell. Well, it may not happen, but we might see Chilwell left wing back and him attacking midfield on the left. Him and just overlapping each other. I don't know, but I just believe his full capabilities is on that left hand side.
Again, thank you very much for that input there. I'm going to come to you right now. Gopo, again, tell us what position do you think we should play him if eventually we get the link, get the deal across the line to get the best out of the man. I know I call you our statsman for a reason because you brought us some important numbers regarding the players, overall performance for Brighton. So what position do you think we should play Cucurella to have him at his best?
For me, it's pretty simple. I mean, we have to play him in that left wing back role. See, one of the main reasons why I say that is, and I hope Tuchel will play him as the left wing back in the initial part of the season, is because Ben Chilwell is first of all coming from an ACL injury. An ACL injury is very complicated. It is not a simple injury as such. And for him to start the games, in the Premier League, which is so intense against fast wingers, is going to be very difficult in the initial phases. So start Cucurella, give him that left wing back role. He will do he will do an excellent job there. By that time, Ben Chilwell, you can use him as a sub in the initial parts, give him that time to, just get to full fitness, start him in maybe less in those Carabao Cup games, especially in the initial phases. Let him come to full fitness, and then once, depending on the training and how the way they're performing, then you can make a call on who can play that left wing back role. But for me, in the initial stages, it has to be Cucurella. And not only that, like I said yesterday, he's got nearly 500 successful passes into the box, and I think one of the panelists said that his numbers don't justify him being in that role. But you have to take into consideration the team he's playing for. It's Brighton.
Let's re-emphasize that again. You said a 500 plus.
Yeah, nearly
right?
500. Nearly 500 successful passes into the final third.
Into the final third, more than Kevin De Bruyne of Manchester City. So yes, that reason alone, that number alone, is the reason I don't think it would make sense to play him in the left centre back position. But I believe, given his versatility, if at any time we're short of players in that position, he just slots in perfectly. But that doesn't mean we should getting him for the sole purpose of playing him in that position. I don't think so. Not even why we have Koulibaly, who, if Thiago Silva starts centrally, Koulibaly starts on the left-hand side. But go ahead.
Exactly, you're right. If Koulibaly is playing along with Thiago Silva, and I'm assuming that Fofana will be there, those three will be our central defenders, and Koulibaly will be on the left. And when you have somebody of Koulibaly's stature as your left centre back, you can just give him the freedom to go and express himself, and he will be a baller for us at that left wing back role. So I mean, it has to be the left wing back for me. And I think again, one of the panelists said that his numbers don't justify. But like I said, Brighton, they do not have the best players. If it comes to a team like Chelsea, where we have more clinical finishers, with the likes of Sterling, Mount, I'm sure his numbers will improve. So for me, it has to be the left.
I wouldn't say, I love you, Gopo. I wouldn't say we have more clinical finishes. Well, maybe better.
Yeah,
compared to
Brighton.
Brighton is what I'm saying. I'm comparing it to Brighton. I'm not saying that
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
the
I'm
best.
just saying. Yeah, I get your point. I just me looking for your trouble, but go ahead.
Yeah, so compared to the players that Brighton have, Sterling is definitely better than anything they have. Mount is a player who's better than what they have right now, so his numbers will definitely improve. And like I said about the ACL injury as well, it's not a simple injury. It's a very complicated one. You need to give Chilwell that time to regain his his match fitness, and then depending upon the way they're training, you can take a call on how you can play. And looking at the way Tuchel has gone in this transfer window, he's always going for versatile players. Our interest in Gabriel Jesus, if you can see, he can play across all the three positions. Mukiele, he can play in two positions. Kunde can play in two positions. Rafinha can play across the front line. So it absolutely makes sense. And we can use him as a versatile player, as the left center back, left wing back, or even left back if Tuchel wants to go to a back four.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, delicious contribution, because that number, I think it's something that we shouldn't look beyond when we must factor that into our decision to decide where he will be best utilized. I think I think most people on the panel agrees. On the left left wing back position rather than the left center back position. But that doesn't mean if we'll have a need for somebody to come back and play the LCV position that we wouldn't use him there. His versatility is key.
I forgot one point.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's a World Cup year as well, and I'm sure Chilwell, along with Luke Shaw, is going to go to England to be their starting or their wing backs, whatever formation they play. And England is a team that is pretty much going to go a long way into the tournament. And Cucurella, with the likes of Jordi Alba and Jose Gaya, he's not going to make it into the World Cup team unless Luis Enrique has different plans. So he will be fully fit and ready once the World Cup is done. And you never know whether Chilwell is going to whether he's going to get injured again, or whether he's going to carry that lag of the World Cup, that fatigue into the season. So having someone like him as your starting left wing back is an absolute no-brainer for me.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much again. I have to tell everybody, please apologize, forgive me. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom because we're going to switch a topic in a bit so that whatever I'm reading in the chart will be aligned to whatever topic we're talking about. Again, I cannot catch up. We don't have a studio engineer yet. We're working on that, and we have a process in place that will help us to randomly select our contributions in the chat to read. So please forgive me. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom to catch up. Again, there's a chance I'll still go back and keep highlighting your contributions in the chat. So please, I'm sorry about that. Our midfield need a player like Frankie de Jong. We miss that. Fabregas, a sort of player to start attack in greater show, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Joey Hackney, Chelsea FC fan. Here's the thing: I don't think Frankie de Jong will measure Fabregas in terms of chance creation. His abilities, to orchestrate defense, split and passes. Frankie de Jong, you could argue, is just an upgrade to Jorginho, a better Jorginho, a more physical Jorginho, a Jorginho mode of player. That's a player who's capable of helping you control the game, but can get you more goals. That's how he differs from Jorginho. But I wouldn't compare him to Cesc Fabregas in terms of chance creating. He's not even close to that. He's a different, profile of player overall. Again, I say it's a 200 watch and smash that like button and subscribe button. I say it's Josh CFC, my American brother. And bro, thank you for finding the time to join us. It's probably too early where you leave now, or maybe you're probably getting ready for work. I understand it, and I appreciate you finding time to be here. I cannot thank you enough. Again, AB says Cucurella is the closest left back to Ashley Cole. We need to get him. We're working on it. Again, pay attention. I think it looks like it's going to happen. Maybe we'll do another Koulibaly there. I'd really take that. And DJ Sab, bro, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. He says Newcastle planning a fresh Chelsea raid on Callum Hudson-Odoi amid Timo Werner transfer U-turn. U-turn in what sense? Please do let us know. I don't think Thomas Tuchel will let Callum Hudson-Odoi leave, most especially if we listen to Timo Werner. Yes, they're not the different profile of players. They don't play in the same position. But here's the thing. Numbers also does matter because Thomas Tuchel can also Timo Werner, he's played on the left too, where Callum Hudson-Odoi likes to play. So I don't think he'd let him go. Here we have Chelsea is no tiki-taka club. We're not. Again, your name I've told us to say again, but you've changed it a bit. Frankie de Jong is a real problem. He's a baller. Okay, that's contradictory. The two parts to it, and again, Josh CFC says he's coming up. He's coming predominantly at left wing back, which is why we are going after Fofana to play in the LCB position.
No, Fofana
again,
is RCB.
Can Fofana actually play on the left hand side?
I don't know. He plays on the right.
He can play on the left in the center and on the right. He can play across the back.
He can play all three positions.
Oh, he can play across too. I didn't know that.
He's right footed, I think, and they play him on the left and they play him in the center when they play a back three. So,
but he's primarily right footed.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that update. And Joey Hackney, Chelsea FC fan, from our midfield, we have one natural to find those runs or passes or through balls, and we so desperately need that. I agree with you. Let me see what else do we have here. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies if I didn't read any of your, comment senses. Just waiting for here we go from Fab now. You are the queen of the house. You can't just be speaking in tongues. B, if you want to say something, say it in full. Elaborate, just Viola. I'm gonna, shame you in public now if you don't. Again, I'm gonna scroll to the very bottom. Thank you very much for all these contributions. Unfortunately, I can't read them all. Chelsea and prepared to give up and are now planning to sign a Blues winger, Callum Hudson-Odoi, as they plan another fresh raid. Newcastle, so to speak. Sorry about that. And says, can I make a couple of points? One, Mikel didn't sign. We didn't say he signed. We said we saw him in the picture with. We saw him in a picture with what's his name, Sir Alex Ferguson. Even with his earring, somebody mentioned that those things. Didn't sign a United contract, and it was announced at an official press conference, and later, changed his mind. We paid United more in compensation. Okay, yeah, good. Thank you very much for that. Let me see. What else do we have here? And Jorginho needed to be sold. He's getting old. And again, that's your argument. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies. I can't read everybody's contribution in the chat. So sorry about that. Again, let's get on to stocking. We're stocking Wesley Fofana. And again, it's not me. It was Tobago that started the stocking. But let's look at it. Let's analyze what's actually going here. Is that the correct account?
Yeah, that's correct account. But we can't see the bio.
Oh, you can see yeah, thank you. Just tell me, coach, just move the other thing to the left. Of course, you're gonna make me look stupid in front of the viewers.
Yeah, that's the correct. He used to have Leicester on there. He used to have a professional player for Leicester. So, again, two things you can argue are possible for him removing that. It's say that he's falling out with Leicester City. Maybe the argument is that they are not obliging to their, promise. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah.
Okay, looks my screen is giving me an issue, so I wasn't sure if you guys can still hear me. So two things are possible here. Maybe he's falling out with the Leicester hierarchy. That's his way, of rebelling, if you want to say it that way. Or maybe, talks has progressed to an extent where he's seen the possibility of joining Chelsea Football Club. Rodrigo, your analysis of this, but let's pay attention to another part, the statement that Tobago talked about. And Tobago, please, if you're watching, you didn't talk about your channel before you left the panel. Please, you can share the link in the chat if you want to. You can feel free to do that anytime, any day. So this says, you give me so much love. Again, says it was not easy for me, but thanks to you, I came back stronger. Again, if you pay attention to it, he may just well be thanking them for supporting him, through his timeout with the injury. Me and my family won't forget all the love you sent me during that difficult time. Again, this is May 22.
Yeah,
but that's the one Tobago says they pinned. So I think we shouldn't even read much into this. That's him thanking the Chelsea fans
No,
supported him when he had the injury.
That's newly pinned. That's newly pinned. That's what people are saying. It was newly pinned. He had something
So,
else.
but even if it's newly pinned, if you really do want to analyze it, it's him tanking. And he says here again, me and my family will never forget all the love you sent me during that difficult time. Be sure that I will always do my best for the Foxes. Will he still be paying? Do his best? What way will he still do his best if he's leaving the club? So to me,
I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying that's what people are saying because it's newly pinned. He's hinting towards it, and they're using that to fuel their terminology and their narrative that he's hinting to an exit because he's saying thank you. But if you look at the thing, you don't say goodbye by saying you'll do your best for the Foxes because
is he going to start paying their players salaries even if he leaves? Yeah, go ahead, Ty. Sorry for cutting you off.
He's going to do what Mbappe. He's going to be part of the board. So he's going to be at one club. He's going to be part of the board as well.
Yeah, but I get it. That aspect doesn't just make sense. So we have 196 people watching and we have 157 likes. We've gone beyond half our target, which is to get to 300 likes. Again, I fully understand we cannot get to 300 likes except if you fans out there, if you believe we can get there, and I think we can with your help. Please keep liking the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So Rodrigo, I'm going to bring you in your thoughts. Look at it here, analyze it. The changes are to his profile. There's no Leicester City there. Let's translate it. Is it translated? Yeah, it's translated already. A professional footballer. I'm not sure what this means. Anybody understand
it means
French?
For them.
For them.
Yeah. Pour eux.
Wow, this is seriously cryptic. We need the FBI to come help us here.
No, you already had it. You always had it.
Yeah, it's always hard for them.
Yeah,
so now Leicester is out of the picture there.
But he used to say for them as in Leicester. He used to say professional player for Leicester. # for them or pour eux, which means maybe for Leicester.
Okay, so now what do you think is going on there?
Yeah,
overall?
So what I think is, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone was following Sterling before he joined Chelsea, before we announced it, he did remove Man City and he had the thank you message. But the thank you message here, I'm not reading too much into it. But
the thank you aspect is just, I think he's just playing with us because he knows we're stalking him.
Yeah,
so go ahead.
But the removal of the bio, for me, I tend to think in the second, because obviously I'm the driver of the bus, so I always think maybe he's angry. Leicester now releasing him. They had this gentleman agreement between the parties, and then they're not releasing him, so he's angry at that. So I don't see him as he's leaving. He's coming to Chelsea now. Yeah, I see him as just.
You could say he's rebelling.
Yeah, rebelling. That's it. That's the word. Yeah. That's why I don't understand these players. When you sign to clubs like mid-table clubs, you need to put in a release clause, so that when a big club comes for you, there's an easy agreement. They pay the release clause and off you go. It's something with Harry Kane. Just have a release clause inserted in your contract. It makes life much easier. I know a lot of clubs don't want to do that, but if you have a player like him, probably been performing well for Leicester, he could have put that into his contract. It's gonna be this is a very tough deal to conclude. I'm not under no illusion that we will do this deal in the next few days. No way. It's gonna take us maybe toward the end of the transfer. Yeah.
Josh, that's gonna hurt Leicester fans. I hope they're not watching. I don't want the hate from them. Just says Fofana is never kind of player to stay at Leicester City. Stepping Stone club. That stinks.
To buy a clause in his contract. That would have been much easier.
Yeah, I think that's a lot. Again, probably he's still younger. I don't think him extending to 2027 makes any sort of sense. Maybe his agent isn't that experienced. I don't know if that's the case because usually clubs do that, knowing how talented you are, knowing that clubs will come for you. But I think he extended too quickly. Maybe was he still injured when that happened?
Yes.
So probably they suspected he'd be desperate to extend because he wasn't sure, what happens next. But they understood he was a clean break. So you hear it was going to be fine. So they extended his contract anyways to 2027. But that's why we're thank you for that. And I'm going to come to Ty. Ty, your thoughts. I want you. What do you think about what we're looking at on his bio?
I mean, I'm seeing things as well that people are saying he's doing all he can to change Leicester, the board of Leicester's mind to let him leave because he wants to leave. So I'm not sure. Maybe this is a stunt to push the club to accept a bid or to be open to receiving a bid. But I think either way they are open, because I mean, like I was saying earlier, you're not going to turn your head away and say that, no, I'm not going to take 80 million or 75 million or 60 million or 70 million when I can get other things. Because they're not going to do that. Because if they get 50 million for Maddison from Newcastle, that is 50 million. I don't know how much they're selling Schmeichel for, but I think it's 20 million or something along those lines. If they get that or something along those lines, they're not going to say no, because they need the money to buy players, and they need to replace those Maddison and players like that. So I think maybe this is a stunt from him to say that a club is interested in me, I'm interested in going there. Just leave the door open so that they can, come in and make that bid, and he can accept it because he wants to leave. But I mean, like what somebody is saying that Leicester City is like a stepping stone club. Maybe that's what a lot of players.
No, name the person so Leicester City fans know who they're going to take the fight to.
Oh well, Josh, I didn't see the name who said it, but Josh is saying like it's a stepping stone club. So I mean that's what a lot of players do at the club. So they'll go to different clubs. So if it's not Chelsea, they'll go to Man City. If it's not Man City, they go abroad or they go to a team that's probably lower than Leicester City have become.
I'm guessing sorry, I'm not laughing at you. You know why I'm laughing already? You can see the screen.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was
just go
trying
ahead.
to not laugh too.
Yeah, always the class fault.
Yeah, it's all the clear's fault, man. Anyways, but in terms of that, I just think that I don't respect it. I mean, I want the player to come to Chelsea, but I never respect a player doing these things because you're disrespecting the parent club, and you should always be professional. I mean, yes, we were dragged along with the Koundé thing, but at least he was respectful. He never pushed it and said, "Oh, do this, do that." He didn't do it. He was professional, and then when it was confirmed, when it was confirmed by Fabrizio Romano, he posted his farewell message. He took it off and then added Barcelona and added his little, what's it called, Forza Barca or something like that. So I think in that sense he was professional, and even Raheem Sterling, for example, because I kept looking to see if Raheem Sterling was going to remove it, but he didn't remove it until it was confirmed when Chelsea posted a picture of him in the middle of the road and everything. So I think in that sense, to me, it's a case where I don't respect him doing this because you don't do that. So I guess in that sense,
maybe they're the ones forcing him to do this. Like he said, they have a gentleman agreement in place. I think I've watched similar movie before. I think who was that again? I've heard something like that before. But a gentleman agreement means nothing. It's absolute nonsense, by the way. Clubs will say, to heck with it. It's not on paper. But go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, I mean, what basically what I'm saying, this, like I said, this is not something I respect. But I mean, at the end of the day, if the player is open to the club and he's willing to do this, although I don't like it, it means that he's really open to join the club. So that is a good indication. But I just don't respect him going about and doing this and let's leaving room for interpretation that maybe he's saying goodbye, maybe he's pushing the move, maybe he really wants to move. But I think people get this thing confused. A player extending doesn't mean that they're going to stay there long term. That's not the case. You can extend so that you can get more money off the player, because the narrative that it will be is that you're buying the player out of the club. Because players like I'm going to use an example of a left back, or for example, he had extended until 2026, but RB Leipzig signed him for 25 million or 50 million because what they're trying to do is that they don't want to lose the player. And I mean, although he would have had 3 years left on his contract because his contract would have expired in 2025, They want as much money as possible, and that's what clubs are doing these days. They extend so that they can make a profit, or they can make excessive or probably an additional amount of money for what they possibly could have gotten if it was less. So I don't think that because he extended, it meant that he's not for sale at all. Because this would have been a tactic to ensure that they can get as much as possible. But I mean, a gentleman's agreement is not always the most consistent, because the club could always switch their thoughts and change their mind and say that, oh no, we're not going to sell you because we can't replace you. So that's what we've seen in the past, especially with I see somebody mentioned Harry Kane. So I think in that sense, Harry Kane had a gentleman agreement to go to Man City. They work out because they couldn't replace him at that time. So now they have a player in Richarlison to play rotational with him. So I guess in that sense you can probably use that. But for me, this right here is not something I respect. I mean, it's funny to look at because people are going to try to interpret what it means and everything, but you should be professional. And I thought he was more mature than this.
Yeah. Just quickly, before I go to Phantom, I want to say, Jos Viola, you're not going to put me into trouble. If you start anything, you finish it alone. I am not with you, and I don't know the heck you're talking about. So I'm going to move on from you anyway. Says he's not going to break the news on Twitter. That's the truth, but we're going to keep stalking him anyway. So if you're watching, we have 192 people watching, and we have 162 likes. I think we've gone beyond halfway, our target, which is to get 300 likes. Again, I recognize it's not possible without you. So please keep liking the video. Let's get it to 300 likes today. We're already at 162, and that's not easy. Hopefully it's true. RSC to Leicester City, money for Fofana. Maybe I think RSC, Brendan Rodgers knows him very well. I think he coached him at the academy. Ty, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's the case. We need to sign Cucurella as soon as possible before another club will take him as well. Again, says hi, just everybody here saying hi to just big up Josh. Did anybody say something? Okay, Phantom, you can come in. Your thoughts are 50 million for this guy. I think he's worth it, given the market and given what if you really, if you take a deep dive into his his numbers, Coach Chris, you'd find out I think it's worth it. That's just the truth. Maybe Man City walked away for a reason we don't know. So again, Pep is not known to go into bidding wars for players. He'd rather find out that if you really want to come to him, he tells you what he thinks you do to make that work. This experience, okay. Let's have a talk with TT to sign a Cucurella on time. Again, I mistakenly said Cucurella the previous time. Again, that's by the way. Again, I'm gonna come back to the panel. Phantom, your thoughts on his bio. Analyze, let us know what you think. Do you think beyond what you're saying, what do you think is happening?
Okay, since I don't want this player, I don't really care what he puts on his bio. I really don't want him because, again, the injury thing.
But just help us. You should, analyze.
Sure. Well, I mean, he's just making he's just stirring up some excitement for the fan base, for the Chelsea fan base, it's just free publicity when you do something like that. That's what it's about. Mm-hmm. But as far as this guy, I don't want him because, first of all, the price tag of 70 million is too much. 50 million,
no,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, for Fofana, 70 million plus to 85 million.
50 million is in line if he wasn't such a injury-prone player. If we're going to go after injury-prone players, we might as well go after Eden Hazard, a proven guy when he's not injured. Just like, I mean, look at how we have Pulisic and how often he's injured. And I just don't want injured players. Injured players, they're injured and they can't play. So especially, look, I mean, like even Ziyech came here injured. We didn't get to use him for like 3 or 4 weeks until.
That's not true. He didn't come injured. He got injured playing a friendly game against Brighton. He didn't come injured.
Okay,
the person that came injured was.
He wasn't ready to play. He wasn't ready to play a Premier League game when he came here. It took 3 weeks for him to get ready to play.
Because he got injured. He got injured against Brighton. We played against Brighton. Werner played and he scored a goal as well.
And
then he got injured in that game.
You're right, I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Listen, so anyway,
No, Phantom understood. He stands corrected. He agrees. So, Phantom, go ahead with what you're saying, brother.
Okay, I'm just saying, in general, I don't want to get injury-prone players. That's why I don't want Eden Hazard back. Because if Eden Hazard wasn't injury-prone, then it would be okay. I don't like Pulisic because he gets injured so often. And you have to admit that Pulisic does get injured so often to the point where he actually had to make a statement saying, I'm not injury prone. Well, if you're never injured, you would never have to make that statement. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for that input. Again, 200 and... Go ahead, Ty. What did you say?
Don't you find it weird that these players at Leicester City just get injury prone out of nowhere?
Maybe it's the medical team. Is that what you're driving at?
There's a lot of players, even young players. I think this guy named James Justin is always injured. He plays a game, then he has cramps, and then he goes down. So I don't know, man. And even Chilwell, we signed Chilwell injured. That's one player we signed that was injured. Chilwell came injured.
So maybe it comes down to Brendan, Brendan Rodgers training approach, but because that can be a factor sometimes. But not really their medical team.
Yeah, because that was the point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because the player that probably I'm not going to assume that Phantom met this player, but Chilwell was a player that was injured for 3 weeks, and we were only able to play him after he played against Brighton, Liverpool, and then he played against Barnsley, and then he started against Crystal Palace.
All right, let me see how much of the chat I can catch up with, and then I'll come back to the panel and get the lads bring him into the ring for the fight. I'm sure he's here for a fight. Looks like we went to raid Inter Milan. Again, first was Dumfries, then Skriniar. Now reports coming out. We inquired about the possibility of signing Barella. I love Nikolai Barella. He's a fine player. But overall, I don't think we're serious about him. We'll see what happens if we get him. I'll take him. Leicester City needed to sell anyway. They need money. Ty have said that a zillion times, and thank you for reinforcing that fact. Why aren't we trying to get Ndidi? Here's the thing: if we need a player who just simply is a destroyer, maybe there's more to his game that we haven't seen. Probably because of the way Brendan Rodgers decides to use him as as the most deep player in the team, because he can be disciplined if you want him to be that. Maybe I haven't seen, again, I don't think he fits the profile of player we want in our team. Maybe we haven't seen really his ability on the ball because of the way Leicester City use him. I'm just going to say that put it at that. I don't think he is what we need right now. But if we're looking for just a player who can stay there, fight, destroy, a player who can, take on opposition midfielders and make life very difficult for them, he's that player. But I think we're looking beyond just that. Chelsea has no 100 million for Fofana. Leicester wants 100 million. Forget it. I don't think they want 100 million. And again, I'm going to say these for those people, saying how the price is too much. No, forget the price they're quoting. They're just quoting a price. That doesn't mean we're going to, say, oh, you want 80, take 80. No. For instance, you've heard Inter Milan saying they want something in the region of 45 million for Denzel Dumfries. I think we went in first with 35 million or so. Our initial bid, which was rejected. I don't recall the exact number. Then we're going back again. It's how those things work. You can't give them what they're asking for, and they can't come to you and say they want 45. Otherwise, you're pricing the player at 25. So let's lend that. Again, talking to Josh, I says, what about all the crying selfies?
Oh, sorry? What is he talking about?
I'm not sure. I don't think he's referring to you. I think he's referring to something that he believes you should know. I'm not sure what that is. But that's why, right? We're not being funny, but it's Leicester City. They are a feeder club, and they know it. Players have a right to want to move, especially if a bigger club comes in. Here's another guy. I know Leicester fans, I hope you've seen his name. His name is Golzinho. Don't bring the fight to this channel. Take the fight to Golzinho and Josh. Those are the two guys, having a go at your club. Says, again, I haven't read this one from Chelsea, the Kingslayer, brother. I hope you're doing well. Harry Kane had a gentleman's agreement with Levi. Yeah, it didn't work. That, like we said, it just doesn't matter. It's not It's not a contract. It's not binding. You're not obliged to to follow it through. You say, okay, for this reason, I don't think this works for me, and I'm not agreeing to it. 60 million of Richarlison, still the worst signing of the window. I'm hearing sports fans complain, so we may have dodged the bullet, and it's a good thing. The only thing we accepted here on Chelsea Perspective was his fighting spirit. We all agreed then when we talked about him that we didn't think he's a Chelsea material, but that's a chance he still come good for them. You never know. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you for all the great contributions there. Injury thigh, the injury thing. He broke his leg. Freak action. He came back. Very strong last season. Injury prone. A shocking take. Again, we're all entitled to our opinions. We see things from different lenses. Why can't they make up their minds and beat for Fofana? They're there. They're working on it. They're trying to find a way to make it work. Ziyech hurt his knee in a friendly. Okay, not in a game proper. Okay, well, no, thank you very much. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, but I'm going to come back to the panel. Declared. I want you to decipher what's going on here with Fofana's, professional bio, and maybe his nickname is La West. We'll find out sooner or later. So go ahead, Declan.
Nothing's happening. This stuff happens all the time. I wouldn't read into it.
But go ahead.
I mean, yeah, with Fofana, I mean, I hope we're going for him. I mean, I don't get why people are complaining about money so much, even for Cucurella. No one said nothing when it was 50 mil for Man City. Everyone said it was a great move. Why is it different for us?
No, but they were not going to pay 50 mil.
For Cucurella?
No, Man City ain't going to pay 50 mil. They were planning to pay 40 or so.
It was reported that's how much they were going to pay when Man City were waiting for him early on in the preseason, right? And everyone said, why didn't we go in for Cucurella? Do you know what I mean? But now we're in for Cucurella. No, it's too much. We're going to overpay for every player. Just heads up. If any player that comes in, we're overpaying. So don't worry about the money. We're in the last month of the window. We have probably 4 players, maybe even more, right? Want to leave, right? And we want to get players in for them. We're gonna overspend. So no one needs to do accounting now. The priority is we need players in, or else we're gonna start the season light, and Tuchel's gonna have to put players in different positions. And if we start to get injuries, you're gonna see a repeat of last season. So I don't think anyone should worry about the money and worry about that we got a good deal or not, right? Because at this point in time, we actually need players. That's the reality of it. And there's so much news, there's so much little hints, and we're looking at everything. I just want signings. I want here we goes. Because you saw what happened.
Here we go. Is it a guarantee?
If Fab says it, yeah.
No,
I know he's
saying for Messi, it never happened.
It's not. I think it's happened. That's why I asked you that question. It's not perfect.
Has it happened before?
You could argue he gets it right most of the time.
Yeah, he said Sancho, here we go. He said Messi staying at Barcelona, here we go. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, when the club says it, when he's playing in the Chelsea shirt, then it's done.
For me, Fabs has been 100%. I don't remember those ones.
No, he's not been 100%. No, it's not been.
It's probably higher. But anyway, majority. Regardless, holding the shirt, here we go. I want to see something. There's too much talk. There's too much other deals going to happen. We have to. I want to see the Cucurella one happen. Fofana.
So which one do you think will most likely happen?
It sounds like the Cucurella one's really close the way they're making it out. Cucurella sounds easy because his head's turned already.
It looks like we're going to do a Koulibaly there. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Cucurella, I think his head's been turned if Man City were in for him. I think there was talks that he's handed in a transfer request. If that's true, then yeah, the Cucurella one is way more easier to pull off. Fofana has a long contract. He's a future prospect. He's going to go for a big price. it all comes down to how keen we are. And also, I got to say,
don't you think
people
that
are
his
saying he's
injury
injury
record?
prone.
Don't you think his injury record will come into
He's
play?
not injury prone. You pulled up
No,
his
I'm not
record
saying
last
he's
time.
prone, but don't you think it comes into play? But you could.
No, it doesn't. We
if
went
anybody
through this.
argues, let me say this, Declan, quickly. I'll let you come in, brother. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to. If anybody argues that he's injury prone for the past 2-3 years, they will come up with something that they show you. You can't argue otherwise.
You pulled it up already. We went through it. First
That's
of all,
what I'm
the
saying.
big
With
injury
that,
that he's
you
had
cannot argue
isn't.
otherwise. I think the argument is better still. He's younger, and maybe it's something that he can overcome.
No,
But go ahead.
the argument is that they're not reading the injuries right. You know, the big injury that he had is a break. That's not going to reoccur, and that's just unlucky. That's unfortunate, right? There's nothing to do with a recurring injury. He didn't have that break before. You don't get it again. It doesn't work like that. So you can cut that one out. Then we went through 3 knee injuries, which were short term. You don't have knee injuries and you miss out 1 week or 12 days. They're managed. They put knee injury there, but they just probably maybe a knock. And he missed out. Precaution. Right? Which knee injury do you know that is only a couple of weeks?
So, now
So direct
you
knee
don't
injury there.
think-
People
you
read
don't
that
think the
stuff.
club, you don't think of those lists of, however you want to see, you don't think they come into play.
I'm saying that the description on the list, right, is what has people have a misunderstanding. Do you know what I mean? If a player gets a knock and they write down knee injury, do you call that guy injury prone?
It's how. Listen, I'm going to share the screen. Here's the thing. It's not a one-time thing. Again, I get it that he can overcome it, Declan. But let's be objective here. Let's look at the screen again, Declan. Let's pay attention to it again. Yeah. Here, this one is 2019-2020. He was out for 56 days.
Yeah.
With a knee injury. And as I'm looking at these people, we still have 178 people watching, and we have 167 likes. Please keep liking the video, guys, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Remember, we're shooting for 300 likes, and it can only be possible with you liking the video. Now, that's 2019-2020. In the same year, also he missed. That's it, for 56 days. He missed 10 games, and then the same year again. In the same year, he had another knee injury, 19-20. The same year, he missed 19 days, 2 games.
Precautionary.
Hold on. He missed 2 days overall. No matter how you see it, it's still changed. The same injury came back again in 2020, 2021. He had a knee injury. He's out for 12 days. No mention of how many games he missed. And then when he joined Leicester City, I'm not sure where he was at this point. I'm not sure if it is Leicester City or not. Knee injury again the same year, probably another period, 2020, 2021, for 6 days. He missed a single game. And then 2020 or 2021, still he had the thigh muscle strain. He missed 8 games, 26 days. And then this one, you can't blame him on this one, but it still counts. So that's what my point is, like Bobby argued. My point mainly here is, as Bobby argued, these are the statistics you use, to bring the price down. Because there's no way. How can you explain?
These aren't the statistics you use.
And the statistics, more importantly, these events are changed.
Hold on. Let me speak here, right? For someone that has had a lot of knee injuries, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you read that, you look at that, and everyone that looks at that goes, "Oh, this guy's so injury prone." And you read out the days, how many missed, right? The first knee injury is a real knee injury, right? And it's only 56 days, so it's not a bad one, right? Bad one is what your ACL, your meniscus tear. That's not a bad one. So he didn't need surgery for that 56-day one, right? They went without surgery, so that's what it takes, right? Everything else, those 3 other ones are all precautionary, and probably from overplaying, right? Probably a knock, probably just precaution to make sure he doesn't get injured.
Just quickly, I'm going to bring those in the chat into this argument by putting up a poll. But before I do that, again, the question that asks, what do you make of Fofana's bio? 65% says he's coming to us, and 35% say he's playing with us. Again, playing with us in terms of playing with our minds, or so just something like that. But that's, by the way, thank you for that. I'm going to put up another poll regarding his injury. But you go ahead, Declan, with what you were saying.
Yep. So basically, it looks worse than it's described here. The ones that are from 19, 12, 6, right, are all precautionary, right, in terms of the knee injury, and that could be a number of factors: knocks, overplaying, and a number of things. There aren't exactly injuries. Whenever you heard injuries, only especially knee injuries, only last 1 game or 1 week. So this is mismanagement, because what they did was, do you remember, and I'll give you a perfect example, do you remember how Chilwell didn't get surgery straight away? Remember how we waited and tried to do without?
Mm-hmm.
This is that. This is not putting Fofana under the knife, right? And trying to recover naturally, which is better, right? And then managing it throughout the season and the next one, right? That's how that is. Now, the muscle strain, that can happen. That's one account. So really, you're looking at 3 injuries in 3 seasons. And one's unfortunate. One's a break. That's very unlucky. So take out the break, you're looking at 2 injuries in 3 seasons, really, on what you'd consider in the category of when you look at someone's injury-prone list. Now it paints a very different picture. If I started taking out and explaining each one, he isn't really. I wouldn't put him in the injury category. You want to see someone that's injury-prone? You pull up Dembele's one.
Even Dembele
and a lot of people were
like
for
this.
that.
No. Here's the thing: Dembele isn't chained like this. There are spaces between times where he gets injured, but this is practically chained.
Yes, this makes more sense. Did what I said not make sense? Did managing the injury not make sense? For each management, they put knee injury.
Here's the thing. My main point is this: Bobby's argument. I'm going to bring it to that. That this is the statistics you can use, to try to bring down.
No, you can't, because I just explained to you I'm not even a professional, and they got professionals there, right? They can explain what I just said in way more detail. You can use anything you want. I'm not saying don't use it, right? What I'm saying to you is when you know, and they probably do know exactly of his injury record, right? Of what each one was. And they got probably more detail on what condition his knee is in. Now, when I explain to you like that, does people look at that differently now? You're looking at one injury, management, a fire injury, strain, and a break, right? Which is unfortunate. And the break doesn't really fall into a break can happen to anyone, whether you don't have to be injury prone or that's just really unlucky. So you take the break out, and you're looking at 2 injuries, really. And a knee one that was managed to avoid, right, surgery. And because he avoided surgery, you're going to see a difference from someone like Fofana and someone like Chilwell, who's came back from an ACL, and there's a chance that he's going to struggle.
I'm going to be honest with you, Declan. I'm trying to get what you're trying to explain to me now, but you're confusing me, rather. I have to be honest with you.
I can go through it again.
Don't go through. We're not in the class. I'm just explaining to you because, again, this is not about me making up my mind. We're looking at it on the screen, and they're all chained. Most importantly, it doesn't mean like if somebody proves to be injury prone from a certain date to a certain date doesn't mean they cannot overcome it. Dembele, for instance, he hasn't been injured for a while. So at this point, you can argue that he's overcome it.
You're looking at.
Here's the thing. Now he's just returned from one.
Listen to it. Let me explain like this, Coach. If I had a serious injury and now we go, all right, should we go surgery and have you out for the rest of the season, or should you work it, stay out the 56 days that he did, really strengthen it, right?
I'm going to jump in real quick. 342 days. That's almost a year out of the last 3 years.
Thank you.
So?
Well, go ahead, Declan.
What is that news correct? The comment.
No, he pluses the whole days in total.
What?
He told you the whole
he's-
days that
I
he
will-
missed out.
The days that he
Well, go
missed.
ahead,
It's
Declan.
Go ahead,
142
Declan.
days.
Basically, right, when you get an injury, they make a decision. When you go under the knife, right, it sets you back, and you're out for a long time, and your knee is never the same. So they're always going to try avoid surgery. That's what they've done in this case. That's what we did with Chilwell. Chilwell didn't have surgery straight away. Chilwell had surgery in January. Remember, we tried that way. The difference was Fofana, they avoided going under surgery, but was managed. Now the 3 knee injury stats there, right, are all management because of that. Because of that avoiding the
it
surgery.
doesn't count as an injury because it was managed.
It doesn't. They put knee injury. Have you ever seen in this list called manage?
Declan, that's what I'm saying. You're confusing me even further. You just said you called it an injury, and you're still saying that because it was managed, it no longer
Okay,
counts
it
an
doesn't
injury.
matter
as
why you're
injury.
injured.
It
could be a
it
small
doesn't,
injury.
because-
It could be a big injury. It doesn't matter. He missed games. He missed 342 days. That's 32%. Do you want a guy that's injured 32% of the time?
No, my argument
No, but-
isn't that
no,
this
there
will
has to
will
be
continue,
context,
but this
Phantom, yeah?
argument between I and Declan is the fact that I'm arguing. This is a factor. This will play.
No, but listen,
you know,
let me. You have not let me finish here, and you guys just skip the point. Like I said, those
all
3
right, go
management,
ahead, Declan,
and you
finish,
have a
because
problem with management.
I want to bring in Goppo to.
Okay,
to,
yeah.
you know, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
So their management, and he's come over that knee injury. He's avoided surgery, strengthened, and then have you seen knee injury come up again? No, right? He got a 5 injuries. That's the 5 muscle strain is, that's one, and the break is unfortunate. That break can happen to anyone, not injury prone or whatnot, right? And that break doesn't come back. When you get leg breaks, they don't happen like other injuries, and they keep recurring. So it's not a recurring injury.
I remember
So
I said you can't count the leg break because that's unfortunate. I said something similar too. But go ahead.
So that's what I said. Don't count the leg break, right? And don't count 3 of those knee injuries because they're management. They're in, like, it's in the best interest for the long term of his knee, right? Because of the first one. Missing those days and managing. So now
and he has no injuries.
Phantom, just let him finish. Let's let him finish.
He has 2 injuries.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When you look at this and you understand and give context, he basically has 2 injuries that you can worry getting under injury prone. That will fall under your injury prone category. 2 injuries. But there's 6 lists here, and you see that, and like you said, you calculate it, put random numbers in. Well, 32% he's missed out on. Well, without context, right? How do you understand if he's injury prone or not? Because someone that's injury prone has recurring injuries. As you can see, they managed the knee injury, and now he hasn't got a knee injury. That knee injury is back to full strength. Muscle strain, yep, that's one. But the vertebrae break, that can happen to anyone, and it has nothing to do with someone, and it's not recurring. So take that out. Knee injury is 1, and the 3 of them are management, and you're basically looking at 2 injuries. So how when you understand that, when you can understand the context of it, how can you look at that and say, well, this guy's injury prone?
Hey, you're right. 6 minus 4 equals 2. So if you discount 4 of the injuries, then you're right. So if we can just scratch off, all I'm saying is this guy is a risk. Why should I spend $50 million on a risk?
He's not a risk.
Phantom, you're just a nice man. Just get the client to listen to you like you're going to side with him. And then you came back to your point again.
Phantom, is there a player you want? Bring up their injury record, and it'll probably be the same.
Declan, listen, let me say something here. This argument started when I said these factors will be factored into the negotiation process, whether you and I argue this to tomorrow or not.
If on my level I can have an understanding, right?
Here's the thing.
These won't be a factor.
Declan. Yeah, go ahead. Let me let you finish.
I'm saying if I can understand it, right, from a non-professional, they understand it. This is not even leverage. This is normal.
Okay, now here's the thing, Declan. One thing I want to make you understand, even the 2021-2022 injury which is unfortunate. We all know leg break doesn't. It's not a reoccurring thing, and we learn it's a clean break. It doesn't. The likelihood of it repeating is very difficult. Except but that's, by the way, my point is this, Declan. No matter how you try to explain this to me, I still believe, that's me. You see it differently, I see it differently. I still strongly believe that this will be factored into the negotiation process, whether we see it as injury prone or not. But that's, by the way, I want to bring in Gopo, to express his thoughts. Let me try see how many. I'm not sure I'd be able to catch up again because it's too long, which means I'd have to skip to the very bottom. Let me see where I'm not going to be able to catch up. And apologies to everybody who has some great contribution in the chat that I cannot read. Probably not going to read anything right now until we switch a topic. Gopu, you come in. You haven't spoken for a while. Your thoughts on this argument regarding his injury. You remember how this started. It didn't start whether he's injury prone or not. I just thought my argument was that this will be factored into the negotiation process, and Declan thinks otherwise. I still think so, most especially the most recent one.
The only thing in fact that is that he hasn't been fit or he hasn't come back from the break. But to say,
okay.
But if they're going to try use the argument of you're giving me an injury prone player, no, he's not.
All right, I get your point. Gopo, you can comment.
Yeah, I mean, see, I get that. I've heard the views of both the different panelists, but for me, see, looking at this injury record and looking at yes, it can definitely be factored into the negotiations. I'm not denying that, but the thing is, if you look at his knee injuries, and one of the panelists has said that he has had a conservative treatment in football, as it is called, where you do not take a surgery and you do things slowly and try to get him back to full fitness. So looking at this knee injuries and the days he has been out, I'm positive that he has had conservative treatment. And the problem with conservative treatment is that the chances of having a relapse are more. So the thing is, according to me, he is an injury prone player, and if he's gonna have this conservative treatment throughout his career, the chances of having a relapse are more. So what one of the panelists said is right. Spending 70 to 80 million on a player who's very injury who has got multiple knee injuries, it's definitely a risk. The chances of having a relapse are more unless you go for a full-fledged surgery. But okay, you will be out for a while, and it will take time for you to come back to what you were before. But if you go through a conservative treatment, the chances of having a relapse are more. And it has happened to many players as well. If you look at Ansu Fati for Barcelona, he has had conservative treatment for the past 1 year, and he's still not back to full fitness. So that's my point. I mean, you can, like you said, Coachella, you can use it as your like a factor, to take it into your negotiations. But for me, again, it's a risk to sign this player because I believe that he's injury prone, especially if you're going to do conservative treatment on him. The chances of having a relapse are more. And I'm sure that.
I also wanted to ask you. Go ahead. You were still saying something.
Yeah, and I'm sure. I mean, it's pretty obvious that out of these 4 knee injuries, I'm sure at least 2 or 3 of these injuries must have happened to the same leg, because we just have 2. So it is pretty sure it has got to be either the right or left. One of them, he must have had multiple injuries on the left leg or the right leg. So he's injury prone.
Again, like I said, we all see things from different lenses. Declan thinks otherwise. We'll see what the chat thinks, and I'm going to put a poll in the community, on the community tab, and also on Twitter to see what people think. We still have 185 people watching, and we have 179 likes. We're close. We haven't gotten there yet. We're looking to get to 300 likes by the end of the show. Again, we need 21 more to get to 200, and we have 100 left. Let me see what else I can read. This is Ty saying, breaking news, Leipzig have rejected bid from Manchester City for centre-back Josko Vardiol in excess of 80 million. That just ruins everything for us. But we knew he was that expensive, but we'll see. Maybe because they want Timo from us, we have a better chance of getting him. That's how I see it. The Croatian international is considered not for sale. Okay, just forget it. Fofana better than Kunde. We've had that argument before. It's not breaking tie. Was in the chat. Okay, thank you for that. What about that, Josh? I was a fan of Kunde, but he didn't come. Fofana is more versatile for the back 3 Kunde. I think that's another conversation, but to you guys, should slug it out. Emerging Starling, Ronaldo, Kai Havertz, face Barca in the UEFA Champions League. Why is Ronaldo in that list? Can you tell us, Brooke Lesnar? Again, 182 likes already. Thank you for obliging my plea to like the video. I appreciate that. 184 people watching and 182 likes. Keep liking the video, guys, to help us reach there. Why is the American guy telling us how Europa football works? Because he knows football too, if you want to say it that way. Okay, again, at Fofana's age, when you break a leg, the bones grow stronger. Again, the whole thing isn't about the broken leg. But somebody broke their leg, it doesn't mean that they're injury prone. We're looking at every other thing. You're looking at the screen here. Again, that's me. There are other people who come. Again, his injury isn't actually my concern, him coming to Chelsea. He's still young. He can overcome that. And I'll give you a perfect example. Arjen Robben, when he was at Chelsea, he had series of injuries. And the club feared, I don't know if the club did, but the fans feared there was never going to be a stretch of time where he'd be without injuries. But he was sold, and the rest is his history. He was able to achieve quite a lot when he left the Chelsea Football Club. So it just seemed as if, again, we sold him in a rush because we had fears due to his injury. But that's, by the way, it says the poll doesn't lie. Yeah, the poll stands with the club. That's why it's important to get, the overall opinion of the masses. Again, Man City, that's hilarious though, from the beautiful game. Man City battling with us, battling with us for Cucurella and go after Vadio.
Baiting.
Are they really? Are you just fearing that's going to happen? I don't know. And Jojo Boy, I haven't said hello to you today. I hope you're doing well. There's need to be more, context, because knee injuries can be many different things. And the Clad sounds he has a good understanding of the whole thing. That may well be the case. I don't know. Again, I say, so what's with the stereotyping? This channel is Again, stereotyping. We don't like that here. We don't hate name calling. We're all on the channel. We're like family here. That's why we see us. We'll argue intensively, but still we respect each other. Again, we'll learn. There's always something to learn from one another. A good day, Blues family. Good day to you, Nick Yaman. Nice to see you here. Says Abhinav says we already have injury-prone Kante. Kante is at this point I wouldn't say he's injury-prone. You can injury FAKD or I get that. We need more fit players for a league that is so physical. That's just the truth. This guy understands nothing about football, but it's okay. Again, you're not allowed to say that here. Leave people be, let them speak their mind. Dude, you can have over 50 or 60 different types of injuries. We don't know the detail of the type of injury he had. That's another truth. And he is still young. That's important. That's the most important aspect. Again, like I've said, my concern isn't that he's had these injuries. My concern has always been the price tag. And I'm hopeful these statistics, wield some measure of influence in the negotiation process to help bring down the price. And I think it will, but there's a chance he wouldn't. But I'm not there. None of us will be at the table when the negotiations continue. Again, everyone is given their opinion, which they are entitled to do so. None of us are professionals here. That's the truth. So we have to respect everybody's opinion. They're referring to you, talking about this American. I'm an American too, if you don't know. But then again, we're all entitled to our opinions. And everybody here understands football, but none of us is perfect. You could say is an expert, and I didn't know. There are things we can learn from each other. We play the same sports, but our body's different. Diet and training and playing minutes play a critical role in managing players with a history of injury. It's a matter of how you manage that player. And that's why some players at some clubs, they don't have injury issues. But when they go to another club, they start suffering. A prime example being Eden Hazard, which is why I have always argued if we're planning on bringing him back, I'm all for it. The chances are if he comes back, even at Madrid, I think he's overcome his injury days, if you want to argue that. Again, let me see what else, anything else to read. The definition of reoccurring is one after the other. That's 5 in a row of the exact same injury. Again, that's your explanation there, but get my point. This argument, again, Leonard argument, if you want to see it, started by me arguing that list there will be factored into the negotiation process. Two knee surgeries messed up Fernando Torres. He was never the same, and we saw him flop at Chelsea. We lost his pace and confidence. Those things can play in one's mind. Cucurella, could I jump, please? I have some news. Oh, okay, in a bit. I didn't know you've asked for the link. I'll give you the link in a bit. Yes, factor the injuries into the negotiation for a lower price. Most people think so, but the poll is actually supporting Declared. It says, actually, when the bone breaks, it grows a bit thicker where it broke. So the bone becomes stronger. So like I said, if you heard me, I'm not considering the bone breaking aspect more importantly. So go ahead. You were saying something.
Everyone is a medical expert on the chat. Everyone knows about bone. I love 32%. Everyone is a scientist. I love
32%. No,
but did you see?
I'm a mathematician. I just add up numbers, and numbers don't lie.
And a lot of people did that. Someone in the comments said, "Well, 5 in a row must mean this and that." But the biggest problem here is that the detailing of the injury.
Yeah, let the client finish that.
The detailing here, right? These knee injuries aren't all the same. Like I said, the first one's
no matter why the
serious
injury
one.
Is, it's just an injury-prone guy. He could have different.
No, but if I told you,
don't worry, let him finish. You get your chance.
No, but Phantom, if I started to change the details and write, well, managed knee injury, knock, and if I start to write something like that, because you can look at the days, 19, 12, 6, right? And they're small. You obviously know they're not serious injuries if you're missing 6 days, 12. Do you know what I mean? And he's avoided surgery, which someone even brought up how 2 knee injuries to Torres kind of ruined him. And I've had 3 knee reconstructions, ruined me, right? Still affects me today.
No wonder why you have good knowledge of how they differ.
Because that's exactly what they did, and they did to everyone I know, right, who had knee injuries as well. When you get a knee injury, the objective is can we avoid surgery? Because once you take surgery, that knee is never the same, right? Yeah. You're going to see in Chilwell now. I hope Chilwell can be at least 90% of what he was, right? Because
I hope so too.
He might lose a step in his game, right? From it, you lose something, but the technology is great now. So players can recover quicker and get back to it now. So I have more confidence in people in these days getting ACL injuries, but that is how it goes, and that's what's happened to Fofana, right? And they've avoided it. You haven't seen, and that's 2 years now without any management on the knees, even though he's been out for a long time, right? That knee injury hasn't occurred again. But it's the description here that is false, and this is where it lacks in. So this happens a lot with this site, where even when we looked at Dembele's one, right? You just saw repetitive descriptions, but different days. Doesn't really give context. And if you do what Phantom did as well, because that's normal. You just look at it and go, wow, that's a lot. But as you can see, they're all different days. So obviously not the same injury. And when I described it here, one serious, the rest are managed, which are non-injuries almost, right? They're pretty much non-injuries. And then the break, you describe it, and then you look at it like that, and you say he's not really injury prone.
No, well, that's like, I don't know. How should I explain it? I'm a
players do get injured. Okay. Yeah, every player gets injured.
I work at a job for 6 months. I quit. That's my average. But I don't quit for the same reasons. I mean, this guy, whether all those injuries could be a different kind of knee injury. It doesn't matter. But how come it's like, why does lightning keep striking this guy? He just get injured.
No. I'll use your analogy. I'll use your job analogy, right?
In the world. But no, the point.
I'll use your job analogy. What you just said. Mm-hmm. You got sick one time.
Let him finish. Let him come down since he's saying something.
And then the other, and you took a day off. Well, I was using his analogy. You took a day off for being really sick, but now you had to take a day off. Yeah, now you have to take a day off for, maybe something happened with your kid, or maybe you needed to go away or something like that. And now they're all for different reasons, but they look at it and goes, well, you take too many days off and you get sick a lot, and so they judge you from that. But at least you had a story and all your emergencies were different.
But it doesn't matter why. I mean, because if I was a solid workhorse, I would not take those days off. I would just, work through it. I would work through it.
But let's say you had to
arguments or whatever. Okay, but this guy, I don't want to take the risk. Is the point? Okay, is he? Okay, put it this way: when he is not injured, is he a John Terry? Is he like the best center back around? Is he going to be Rudiger for us when he's not injured?
No, he's good enough. He's good enough. You could argue actually he's better on the ball than Rudiger.
Oh, okay. So if he is the superstar guy like Conte, N'Golo Conte is like the superstar guy when he's available. So there are many days N'Golo Conte is not available, so we put up with that. Okay, N'Golo Conte can give us 25 games, 30 games a year, but that's it. But since when he is on the field, he is so good, then we will, factor that in and take it. But so this guy better be a John Terry. This guy better be an Antonio Rudiger. He can't be just an Andreas Christensen, because if he's just an Andreas Christensen while he's on the field, then he's not good enough to justify the 32% of the time that he's off. Because looking for the future, I'm just going to say that he's probably going to be gone 32% of the time, because he has been gone 32% of the time.
But that's not how.
Again,
that's not how it works.
Let's stop the back and forth. Let's get the thoughts of other people. On the panel. Again, I want Ty to come in, and then I'll bring in IBZ. We'll just move on from that argument again. But that's why I love the panelists here. Everybody brings in, comes in with intelligent counter argument or argument, and there's always something to learn if you pay attention. But Ty, go ahead. I want to hear your thoughts before I go to RBC, and we can move on. And the panic bus driver, he hasn't said anything about that. And look at, again, I want to tell Jos Viola, just stop supporting Rodrigo. That's all you do in the chat. But that's by the way. Go ahead, Ty.
Is the date there to say when he got injured or when that injury happened? Or you just seeing
it's saying just a year. It does. It's not. There's no specific day or something. It just says 1920.
Maybe I can use this point then. Okay, because it doesn't say the date. We have seen numerous times when you have a player who's injured. The manager says that, okay, this player will be back in these amount of days. Something happens, and then there's additional days added to that to say that, okay, he's not ready yet. He'll be out for an additional 6 days. So for me, what I'm saying is that, could it be possible that maybe they didn't pick up the same injury, and maybe it's the same injury that he had, but he was not ready to return for those times? So they added those extra days and said he'll be back in these amount of days. Because we've seen in the past, even at Chelsea, where Tuchel says that he'll be back in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks comes around and he'll say that he has tightness and something like that, and there's additional time. So if there was a date to say that, okay, for example, September 12th or 2020 or 2021, maybe then you could use that. So what I'm asking, could it be possible that maybe he was injured with that injury, and then because he was not ready to come back, the said that, okay, he'll be back in this month of days, he's not ready to come back yet, and was that transfer market?
Yeah, and Ty, to add to your point as well, are those total days or consecutive days? When it says 6 days out, does it mean in the year 2021, 2020 it was out for 6 days?
Yeah, that's because it was specified
consecutive days, or just 1 day here, 5 days there, 2 days there?
I think it's consecutive, because if it has a break, it adds another one.
Rodrigo, this puts you and Declare to shame. You see, Joy the boy, he said, well, I did study sports science for 3 years when I was younger. So, shame on you too. Ty, just go ahead, brother. Finish, bro.
Wait, Joy Boy's been agreeing with us. He's the one that brought up...
I'm just saying, you guys
are saying everybody... but hold on. He's the one that said, right, if the bone comes back stronger...
Yeah, I know.
What's his power?
I read that too. It becomes thicker.
It's getting closer.
And even harder to break next time. I know the club, but I'm just saying we have experts here, by the way. But go ahead, Ty. You were still talking before.
Yeah, I was trying to ask that, but yeah, fun.
Go ahead, Ty.
Okay, so if it's consecutive, then maybe the point that I'm trying to make can possibly be used, because I mean, because of the fact that it doesn't specify the date, it doesn't specify if it's in 2020 or if it's 2021. You can't really know that. So in that sense, what I'm saying is that maybe Brandon Rodgers said, okay, he'll be back in 2 weeks. Maybe he'll be out for 2 months, and then maybe when that time that he said it was gonna be when that ends, he's still not available because there's a setback for him and things like that. So maybe that is why I can say that why did he pick up the same injury again, or he picked up the same injury again? What's going on with him? Is he that injury prone? Is he that prone to injury? So that is why for me I'm asking the question: could it be possible that maybe it's a case where he was out for 63 days, or just use it as an example, and then he had the same injury that he picked up initially. He was not ready to come back yet, and because of that, they added that additional time to say that okay, he's gonna miss this game as well. Because if it's saying one game missed, 2 games missed, 16 games missed, just for an example, maybe it doesn't say that he's picking up the same injury. Maybe it's the same injury that he's picked up, but it's not available to come back, and that's why you see an additional 6 days. Because we unless we're gonna study every game that he missed, you're not gonna be sure to say that did he pick up 2 inches the same year of the same. The only thing I can probably use is the fact that he had a thigh muscle strain, and that is a bit close. Like your thigh is just above your knee, so it could it be a case where it spread? There's a lot of questions being left here. So I think I can't really say that because of this he's injury, because him having the same injury in that same pattern, and even it starting at Saint, if I don't know pronounce it, the French you might get it wrong. If he gets the what do you call it, the at the club that Leicester City bought him from, could it be a case where that injury came back in? Because I mean, things like that, it doesn't just always go away. You can those issues can pop up back, because even when you do surgery, and even if you don't do surgery, you pick up that injury, and then it comes back, and you have that setback. So I guess in that sense, I'm not really sure if you should judge him to say that he got back the same injury again, because maybe it's a possibility that injury was something that he had before, and then he wasn't back in time. Because if I look at it now, I'm seeing 12 days, and then 6 days after that. So he's over for practically close to 2 weeks, and then probably Brandon just said he's gonna miss the other game, because he didn't miss any game during the period of 12 days. There's no game missed. It's just only one game he missed there, and then after that. So I don't really think it's fair to judge him to say he's injury prone because of the fact that he had that, because a lot of players are just unfortunate with injuries.
So you're undeclared, boss.
It's not about that. I'm just saying that you have to look at it.
I'm just kidding. Ty, go ahead, bro.
So it's just look at it on both sides. I'm the only thing that he picked up the same injury again. I think probably it's the same injury that creeped in for a longer period.
Yeah, again, I understand your argument. Like I said, there's always something to learn from anybody that speaks. But that's by the way, I want us to quickly round off with this topic and then get to the updates we'll have on the screen. And if anybody in the chat has any question they'd ask, then said, what difference will Fofana make? And again, I want to say hi to my brother, Mikhail. Nice to see you here. I know you're very busy, and there's something I should have done that I haven't done. Probably you have the time whenever you have the time so you can jump on. Again, apologies for that. I totally forgot about it. What difference will Fofana make? Quite a lot. I don't know if okay, Declan, can you answer this one quickly?
What difference Fofana make?
Mm-hmm.
Massive difference, especially if we're going to lose Aspie. You can almost count maybe Silva is out. Probably Silva won't play as many games, and he's one of the best young defenders. So one for the future as well. I think, and in three in the back suits him more too. He's very, very physical, very fast. He's a machine, and for his age, and he will just get better. That's why he's worth so much. That's why Leicester want to keep him. That's why it's going to take money. But Fofana is someone that I'd rather pay more now than leave it to next season, where I think a lot of clubs will come in for him. and then it'll be hard. And then it's not whether you can get him or not. It's whether he has so much to choose from. So I think we're just in a good position to go for him where a lot of clubs aren't. And I think you got to seize that opportunity as well. But he's definitely not a player that's going to stay at Leicester a very long time.
Yeah, most definitely. And they knew that. But that's, by the way, again, if you're watching, keep liking the video. Just 11 more to get to 200. Hopefully, we'll be able to get it to 300 by the end of the show. Again, Varnawa is Iswara Loganathan, or let me just say Iswara, bro. He technically played like only 40 plus games for Leicester City, Premier League proven. Again, I'm not into the Premier League proven of a thing. I know it's a factor, but in most cases, we've seen when we think that will come into play and help the player adapt quickly. Again, it ends up being not again. The player ends up not being what the buying club thought it'd be for them. Or we have some examples that I don't want to get into right now. Again, because the main thing is every manager approaches the game differently. So one thing is to be Premier League proven. The other is for you to quickly adapt to how the manager approaches the game. A prime example will be Jack Grealish. He's struggled a bit, and I can't tell you why that is, but I'm thinking mainly because under Pep he's seen he needs to adapt to an entirely different approach to football. But again, that's how I see it. I know most people here probably see it differently. We cannot be too reliant on, okay, he's talking about Thiago Silva. I says, my auntie is a doctor and I asked her about the broken legs. Okay, tell us what your auntie told you. We're all ears. We want to learn from that as well. Again, says, again, Joe the Boy says, oh, funny how they go quiet. That was back in my teen years when I wanted to be the next. Okay, thank you for that. Knee injury is the most dangerous on these. Will come back 100%. I don't know. I'm not a doctor by any stretch of imagination, so I wouldn't even know. Fofana has only played 35 games for Leicester City. How is that a Premier League proven? Again, I wouldn't factor that into judging whether. Again, but I've said before, I'm not into the Premier League proven thing because it's no guarantee. But I get your point. If the injury was a fracture, it would have been something else because there is a possibility of it fracturing again. Okay, that's contradictory to what Joe the Boy said. Maybe because I don't understand the contributions that well. I would buy Fofana for 30 mil. Yeah, good luck. Tobias, go give it a shot. Thigh muscles are tricky. When I pulled my hamstring, I still felt discomfort after recovery for 2 months. After the problem is it a recurring? I'm not sure. I missed that's the end part of that is confusing to me. Cucurella asked the panel if Van Dijk is injury prone. Again, if anybody want to take that, I'm open for that. But no, I wouldn't really scroll to the very bottom because there's quite a lot here. Just 1 second.
Pull up his injury history.
Yeah, just 1 second, quickly. It says Tuchel stick to 3 at the back. We're gonna see that anyway. I says I'd rather go into the season with a fat squad rather than a skinny one. Liverpool looked unstoppable. And City will eventually find Haaland. Yeah, sure. I think Haaland will come good. No, we're quick to jump to conclusions because we wanted to sign him, and he didn't come to us. So and all that. But that's by the way. I say Fofana inflated injury history or inflated valuation. Fofana isn't Virgil van Dijk exactly. 80 million hard pass again for me. Again, yeah. And by the way, you're the one that shared that statistics for me. With me, so I'm not surprised of your input there. And thank you for finding the time to join all the way again. Just a response. He's on the panel here, so there's a few other stuff to read. We might be a different team to score against with these transfers, but who's gonna score for us? Maybe we're still working on that, but we'll see what happens. Chelsea should focus to buy number 9. I keep praying. If Van Dijk isn't injury prone, why is Fofana injury prone? Good question. Personally, I would go for Skriniar over Fofana. We don't need all these young prospects. Again, we already have 2 guys that are beyond 30 in the defense. So we need to mix it up. Balance is key. Again, I get that Thank you very much for that contributions there. So, Declan, you want to answer the question whether Virgil van Dijk is injury prone?
According to you guys, he is.
Okay, go ahead. I know you're trying to blame us now, but explain just so we can move on to other things.
I don't think he is. But you guys will make out his knee injury is. He's had a knee injury. That means he's injury prone.
Okay, so what are you blaming us now for?
I think you guys set a wider criteria for injury prone, and you pull up the site you use, which is inaccurate, and it will make so many players using your criteria as injury prone. That's what it will do. So the way you've judged Fofana now.
Can I ask you this? Is there a definite definition of what amounts to injury prone? Or we're just using common sense, because if you don't show
recurring injuries.
Okay, did we see anything recurring on the screen?
No, a description that looked like reoccurring, but it wasn't. Because the days aren't the same.
If you want to put it like that, let's get someone else's input here, which is Rodrigo. You come. Has IPC left?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, he probably waited and we didn't come to him, so he had to leave. Apologies to him. Again, it's a very intense, argument, which is good. But Rodrigo, you go ahead with your own argument. Again, before Rodrigo starts, we have 142 people watching and we have 189 likes, 11 more to get it to 200. We're shooting for 300, but it doesn't look like we'll get there, but at least let's get it to 200 plus. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
Yeah, for me, if you ask me what's the archetype of an injury-prone player, we have two in our squad. We have Pulisic and Kante. Whenever I think injury-prone player, I'll bring out those two guys. Is if they have one injury that's recurring. And mostly...
I think Kante has more than one.
Yeah. I think it's usually muscle injuries that makes players... Because those ones are hard to... I think they're harder to recover from. I don't know how you maybe just become stronger. I don't know. That's for me how I would define one. For Fofana, the only thing, obviously, I'll put my accounting hat on. Everyone has been a medical professional. I'll be an accountant here. Is the price? How are we going to justify playing nearly 100 million euros for 20?
That's where I am too, but go ahead. But we had to talk about it because the argument makes sense. There's something to learn there.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
It's too much. We can't pay for such a young player. £80 million.
Wait, you said euros first.
Oh, that's 100 million euros. Yeah, even worse. I wanted to soften the numbers. So £80 million.
I agree that is inflated.
But
I don't think that's what he's going to go for. I mean, I argue a whole. I think the same too. I think that's just a starting for the quarter. I've argued a whole transfer window where everyone complained about Chilwell being 80 million, and he was 50 after that, and still some people weren't even happy with that.
You can't use the. I know you said earlier you could use the injury list to bring the price down. You can't use that. Let's all just say go away.
I do believe that it could get to 70 though, 60, 70.
Yeah,
around that number possibly.
And that's adding all the factors plus the situation we're in, and we're overpaying, and he's got a long contract and we're in the last month now, so
yeah,
I can see us overpaying, and that 60, 70 for me is the overpaying price. Yeah. But we just gotta get it in.
But whenever it comes,
if that bid was true, then Gabriel 80 million as well. Is that
around that some number? Yeah.
That was
sorry guys. Would you want a player? Yeah, like Hakim Ziyech, where he was injured for the last 2 seasons. Every single time we played in the Premier League, he got injured.
You mean Pulisic?
Say if we buy Fofana for like 100 million in euros, so that's 80-90, and say if we did buy him that price, as much as being centre back, and he gets injured a lot, would you want a player in that centre back role if he's like Hakim Ziyech always getting injured?
Was Hack?
Go ahead, Rodrigo. You go ahead. You were the one talking. The clerk can come in later.
No, they can go ahead. You can go ahead. I said, well, yeah.
Oh, you can answer that one. Okay, the clerk, go ahead. Shame on you, Rodrigo.
I don't think Ziyech is injury prone. And it's a bad comparison. I mean, I could turn around easily and say,
quite a bit.
Van Dijk was the same price, right? And so, do you want to get a future Van Dijk, or you want to miss out, or so? I mean, can we make the same? I mean, your comparison didn't match, but I can make a closer one. We could just say he's Van Dijk.
In a 3-year period, I want some guy who's injured less than 10% of the time. Maybe less than 15% of the time, but definitely not 30%.
Okay, that's not actually calling. That is going into the term injury prone, but the percentage matters to you. The period, the duration of time the player is out matters to you. I get the point there. Go ahead, declare.
So, is there any players you want, Phantom, though?
Yeah, I like Ndidi.
And what's
you're just selling your preferred player to us. Go ahead, declare.
Yeah, what's Ndedi's injury history like?
I think he's had quite a few, and actually in the past, even in the same last year, actually. But
I'll guarantee you it's more than 10%.
On occasions.
We'll go pull it up. We'll add it up.
Yeah, we'll have other things to talk about. We'll get to that. Go ahead, declare.
Yeah, well, people. I don't get. It's almost people are anxious or anxiety. I mean, what happened to needing players? Do people know we need players? Do people know that Werner wants to leave? Aspie, Alonso, and Ziyech all want to go, and we're trying to bring players in the last month.
Is this Fofana guy? Is he John Terry? Because if he is, then we can put up with his injuries. Just like Conte is a world-class superstar when he is on the field. So if he's only playing 20 games a year, if he's only playing 15 games a year, we still want Conte on the team.
I can guarantee you now, Phantom, that he's going to play more than what you're saying.
Okay, Declan, give him the response to the question he asked you. So I want to bring in CBF, Chelsea Blue fan, because he says he has an update for us.
Sorry, what was it? Whose question, Phantom?
No, I said give him the response. He asked you a question. Give him the response respond to his question to you. I want to bring in CBF. He says he has an update for us.
Okay.
Go ahead, Declan. No, I'm not bringing him in now. I'm waiting for you to respond to what he asked you.
Is he a John Terry? Is that what the question?
Is he a John Terry? Because so he's a center back, right? So he has to be. So
what he's doing for his age, right? He can be John Terry. He can be better. He can be the next Van Dijk, or he can be a flop, right? But for what he's doing at his age, right now, he's one of the best young defenders. And Tuchel, and not only that, for me, Tuchel defenders have excelled under Tuchel as well. Right? And playing free in the back is more suited to him too. So he can be actually a better player than we're actually seeing. And my description here, I don't think he's injury prone too.
January transfer window to decide on this guy, because I want to see if he can play till the January transfer window without getting injured again.
Every player is more. No, every player is more expensive in January.
Well, then we wait till January, because I would rather pay more later than pay now, because if he's the kind of
I think we should just move on to that from that topic, because we're gonna maybe another again this argument just gave me an idea for one of the shows. We'll discuss what amounts to a player being injury prone in the sister channel, which launches in less than 2 weeks right now. I hope I'm able to get everything together, but I'm hopeful. But that's, by the way, a Chelsea fan. Again, you said you have an update for us, and again, thank you for finding time to join us. And if you always need to be part of the panel, always send me a message on time so that I can always shoot you the link. But go ahead. We need to hear about the update so I can quickly catch up with the chat, and we'll move on to the next topic and round off. We have just a few minutes to round off. You're always joining late. I hope you're good, man.
Yeah, sorry, Cucurella, because I'm not busy.
No problem, bro. I know people work. Bills don't pay themselves. Go ahead.
I have kids to tend to, and also it's hard to think. Just to let you guys, for letting me join. No
worries. You're always welcome. Just always ask for the link on time.
Well, basically, there was an Instagram posted a few hours early this morning with Kante talking to Fofana, and it said on the phone, "Are you joining Chelsea?" And Fofana goes, "Yes, I'm joining Chelsea." So
I mean, well,
it's
somebody can easily produce that, you know, right? That's what's called deep fake.
It's a proper Kante's Instagram page. He has the proper official Instagram page, Cucurella, yeah?
You're saying the post in question is on Kante's Instagram page?
Yes, yeah. It was
we have a lot of stalkers, a lot of people stalking Fofana in the chat. Why haven't you guys checked that? But go ahead.
Yeah, well, anyway, like I know that the arguments with Fofana, like you put the stats up, yeah. He missed 46 games last season for injuries. What I was trying to sample is with Hakim Ziyech was exactly the same. 2-year season, always injured. He's always out, progressing, and then he comes back, and he ain't fit. That's why Thomas Tuchel don't want him in his plans. So if we're gonna get Fofana, can he be 100%? Yeah, like you say, yeah. He said about it's going to be like playing more games. But if he's always injured, can you progress to be 100% all the time playing as a centre back?
Here's the thing.
He's got his injuries.
That's a good question, and I can respond to that. That doesn't mean I'm a doctor.
Yeah,
but here's the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Like I said, that's why whenever I'm arguing with somebody, I pay attention, and the truth remains there's always something to learn. The club said something. Maybe he was overplayed.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, that's a serious. Yeah, that's a factor that can get somebody, have recurring injuries. If you play them, give them a break every now and then, they still be okay. Maybe that was the case. So maybe also, the case is that he has a recurring knee injury, which again, if you ask me, we have a very good medical team. And we've seen that players join us. We heard that we're injury prone at the moment. They join us, it's just fine. That may well be the case. Again, his injuries, the injury that we looked at, statistic we looked at. My concern was that they changed, and my argument started with, okay, that may well be factored into the negotiation process. And the club thinks otherwise. And in the process of explaining why he thinks otherwise, we did dive deeply into that particular argument, and it's good for all of us to learn something from it. We have somebody telling us when it leg breaks and regroup and then joins again, it actually becomes a thicker. I haven't heard that in my life before. I just learned that and all other options. But that's, by the way, again, if he comes to Chelsea, I think it will be fine. Do I think the injuries will be reoccurring again? I can't say. I'm not a doctor by any stretch of imagination. There's no way to tell. That's a chance he comes to Chelsea. We'll never hear about that again.
Sorry, Cucurella, yeah? So, right, a question for you guys, yeah? So say we paid 80 to 90 million for Werner, yeah? He'll play, like, say he played 10 games for us, and 10 minutes later, he's out for the whole season. Look, it's not going to be a good money price if we had that player playing for us. I know we ain't doctors, and I know we got the best surgery team in Chelsea. But if you look at it, where you showed the stats on the profile, is he going to be the 100% player at centre back playing all these games for us for the whole season? I don't think it's going to happen.
I get your argument, and again, it will be stupid for us to to play him and him alone constantly. You have to give a player a break. That's another way to, if you're concerned that the player is have a recurring injury, then another way, the simplest way to manage to avoid that repeating is not to overplay the player. Like the client argued, and I agree with that. There's a chance they overplayed him. Because you can say defensively, Leicester don't have depth. Yeah. And he's a player that runs quite a lot whenever he's on the pitch. Again, his acceleration, his recovery are all great, but all those things take energy, mental energy too. But I get your argument. Again, I'm going to say thank you for around 205 likes right now. We were shooting for 300 likes. Maybe in 10 minutes we'll get there. If you haven't, please take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let me get to the comments, and I'll come back to Gopo to answer your question. Hopefully he heard your question. If not, I'll have you repeat it. I agree, 50 million for Fofana will be fair. Again, a 17 million could have gotten a delete but it seemed as if we weren't serious about getting the lead. We didn't even contact, we didn't even contact the Juventus for his signature to inquire whether they'd let him go or not. When I see Chalobah and Aspilicueta as our options at RCB, I'm very scared. RJ, not CB. Yep, it's as simple as that. And our overpaying should stop. If we don't get Fofana, we will regret it. I think we're going to get him. The player himself is pushing for the move. How certain are you Fofana is better than Chalobah? I test, first of all. I haven't looked at their statistics, but I test say he's a better player overall. Ziyech is injury prone, weak player, soft tackle out for a month. For a reason, I'm reading this comment out. Let me see. I'm just going to shut up and just read it. It lacks consistency. Again, that's your opinion. That's what I'm going to say. But let's see if that does what I think it would do. Same with just waffling. My question is, Van Dijk isn't injury prone. Why Fofana is injury prone? I understood that when I read it, by the way. The price for Fofana is another argument. That's where my concerns lie. In this, again, the price tag. Again, that's just that. More like Hassan Adai, his turn Achilles is a matter of discomfort. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Again, Julio Alejandro Rojas Barba says Werner plus cash for Vardiol. Again, Leipzig. Again, we don't know what they want. If they agree for that, I don't think that will work. The same bent on keeping the player. But that's, by the way, who says he wants Ndidi? I think Ndidi is the definition of injury prone. If you remember when that was I talked about, again, he's had a few injuries himself, but I don't have the numbers. You can argue he's injury prone too, probably because the load of work he does for Leicester City in that midfield, that alone can get him, to get injured more often than usual. It was a JT, if he was JT, he wouldn't cost 100 million, would he? I don't know. I'm not going to get into that argument. But January, he would get scrapped up, I don't know. The likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Okay, we'll see. Says the Bluetooth again, Robin had a very productive career. He did overall, especially after leaving Chelsea Football Club. I wouldn't take a risk without a DOF at this stage. I think Fofana is a risk, but I don't care. It's not my money. The fight, again, you should care, actually. We're facing the new reality, which is we have owners who, they're not into throwing money at the problems. They're into looking at the numbers and seeing, is this sensible or not before they spend? And again, I don't think it's actually wise to always say, that we don't care how much, we pay for a particular player, because it's not your money. If we keep doing it, in a few years, it will become another Barcelona in terms of how much debt we'll be into. So we should consider, if you own the business, would you do that? Because it's a business, first of all. But then again, I get your argument, bro. And nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a while. If Fofana was injury prone, as some make it out to be, just say Kochi and others, Cucurella and others made it to be. Leicester would sell him even for 20 million in a heartbeat. That's the truth. I agree with you. Knee injuries are one of the most serious injuries. Anyhow, one can ask some Leicester fans what's the injury history of Fofana is about, all related or reoccurring. Again, that's, by the way, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Let me try. Romano has given another update, and Colwill, again, let us know in detail what he said. I'm going to try to cover it in a bit. Leicester City medical staff is absolutely terrible. Letting the likes of Fofana, Ndidi, James, Maddison, and Chilwell get so many injuries. It looks like it's a record, but again, the injury, I don't think we should actually be blaming the medical team. We should first start with a training approach of the manager. That can be a huge factor. Again, there was a time quite a lot of Liverpool players got injured, and it all came down to the way their pressing style. They all got tired and everything. You were seeing them looking tired and all that. It's the manager's approach in most cases. Leicester City, again, I've read that. I said Ziyech damaged his shoulder in Super Cup, came back and played with a shoulder brace. Yeah, I get that argument there. The talks of Ziyech leaving has gone very quiet. Yep, that's another great point there. He may well stay, because everything comes down. Are we able to bring in a replacement? Again, that is just the truth. Or maybe the player himself had decided to stay. I don't know, but I don't think he'd decide to stay given what how Thomas Tuchel treated him towards the end of the season, mid-season or towards the end of the season. Why don't we go for an underrated defender that has a high ceiling, that is not injury prone like a Fofana? Okay. He's saying that the Colwill deal will be done separately from Cucurella instead of having a swap included in the deal, which means we'd probably be adding a buyback clause. So I'm gonna read these for us, and so we can continue. Look at the updates we had up in the screen and run and call it a day, because we've been streaming for how long? That's quite some time. I think 3 hours plus. This one here says Chelsea are in talks with. That's not the one I'm looking at. Where did I add the one I brought up? There's an update I want us to start with again. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can find it. There's one on while I think it's looking likely that that he's coming to us. That Cucurella will most likely join us. That's no guarantee. Again, just give me a second. My screen is a bit laggy because I have a lot open here. It says Man City, and that's from David Ornstein. It says Man City working on a deal to sign Anderlecht left back Sergio Gomez, 21-year-old Spain international seen as a development talent. Move is irrespective of first team targets. Man City actually remain in market for senior recruits and considering various options. So this doesn't necessarily mean that he's coming in because they're missing out on Cucurella. Again, Gopal, I want to get your thoughts on that one.
Are you talking about the Cucurella deal, or what are you?
No, Man City going for a left back, Sergio Gomez, 21-year-old. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean he's coming in because they're missing out on Cucurella. What do you think?
Definitely not. I mean, with the way the transfer window has been going, you cannot take anything for granted. I mean, Manchester City can have a small interest, yet, but that doesn't mean that they're going to go after the player. But they were very serious about Cucurella, because I remember they had a 35 or a 45 million bid rejected by Brighton. So just because they have an interest in another left back, that doesn't mean that they are completely off the Cucurella deal. Things can change within one day, couple of hours, so it doesn't matter. I mean, unless we hear here we go from Fabrizio Romano, I'm not going to get my hopes up high for Cucurella, because we have been really played by many clubs this transfer window. So I'm not going to get my hopes up high until Fabrizio has confirmed anything.
Yeah, so you trust Fabrizio that much too?
Yeah, I mean, him and David Ornstein, these are the two reliable journalists to me. I believe what they say. Even to be fair, Matt Law also, this transfer window has been a bit off. I don't trust him much as well. I don't trust any of the English journalists except David Ornstein. So it depends. I mean, if they give out something, then that's what I'm going to believe, to be fair.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. We're gonna start looking at the updates we have, and if you're in the chat, you have any question, you can shoot it so that the panelists can take it one by one and answer it. Mikhail says, you guys make Fofana injury history sound like we should charge 80 for RS2. Yeah, it makes sense. Again, we should be asking for a lot of money for him. After all, he's a very, very and extremely technically gifted player. Even though he's played out of position in terms of playing in the right wing back position, he made that, again, looks like he may well play that more from this coming season if he stays with us. And if any team wants him, let's charge a lot of money. The market is crazy, and the player himself is good. And the player himself is good, even though we haven't played him closer to where he loves to play. But that's, by the way, again, I think we've gone beyond. My screen isn't telling me the truth. I think we have 200 plus likes, and we still have 118 people watching. So if you haven't, please take a second to like the video, and also do subscribe to the channel. We have 214 likes. I think we can do better than that. We have a few minutes around the show, but I trust you guys. We can do that. Tuchel is confused. He doesn't know the kind of players he needs. I don't think he's confused. He may say he wants player A, B, C, and then it's up to the club to bring in the players. And the club, like the club said here a few weeks ago, they don't take it one by one. If you take it one by one, then there's a chance you're not going to sign one player. You talk to multiple players. You have option A, B, C. When A doesn't work, you switch to B. I think that's the way it's done. You don't just put your whole egg in one basket, and then when that one falls, if that one falls through, you're in serious trouble. Injuries do not inflate a price tag; they reduce the price tag. Again, that's my argument. So let's get Fofana. If Leicester City FC willing to do business, take a reasonable pay. Yes, move on to someone else. It's as simple as that. I don't even think we'll pay anything beyond 60 for him. But we'll see what happens. Is there any possibility of a swap deal for Badashile and Sa? If Monaco wants him, maybe because Badashile looks like a fine player. 6'4", even at that, he's able to run very well, control the ball, and put in some great tackle. So let's start looking at the updates. And if I have any questions for the panelists, I will ask them. This is an update sent to me by Just Viola. He says Manchester City have made an 80 million bid for Josko Vadio but RB Leipzig rejected it, which means again they're looking to keep the player. Maybe they want much more. And if they're willing to sell him, I think, you'd argue that we're in a better position than Manchester City are because they want Timo Werner and they're serious about that. And then we've been talking with them. And according to Fabrizio Romano, options, we've actually explored the possibility of making it a player plus cash deal. But we're still talking with them. I hope that happens. Let's see the next thing we have here. We've looked at the Fofana situation. And this one here, Chelsea are in talks with RB Leipzig over a move for Timo Werner on loan, but would have to cover a portion of his wage or ask him to reduce his salary. His relationship with Thomas Tuchel has deteriorated in preseason. Again, it was clear if you paid attention, you'd understand they're no longer in good terms, even though they pretend otherwise. Again, but that's, by the way, Declan, your thoughts on this one quickly so I can move on to what we have to talk about next. Maybe bring in Phantom and other people on the panel, Chelsea fan and also Goppo.
Sorry,
did we lose Declan?
On the tweet?
Yeah, the tweet news. As Mikael will say, read the tweet. Go ahead.
This has been going on for a bit. I'm
actually hearing that they want him on a permanent basis now.
I think regardless, I think Werner is desperate to get out. I think it's a World Cup. He's falling more and more down the pecking order. I mean, if you think about it, we bid for Rafinha. We got Broja, Conor Gallagher, Sterling. Werner is just falling more behind in the pecking order. And I don't think he has the trust in Tuchel, and I think he wants to play for the World Cup. So I think I can see him moving on a loan. I think maybe a permanent deal, but I think he's desperate to get out. He could be someone that moves in one of these spectacular, trades we've been hearing about all seasons. Not one has happened. They were a player swap deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see one happen, and I want to see Werner. But like I said, I think Werner's already decided to take a pay cut, so I think that helps a lot because that's the biggest issue moving Werner. But I think priorities are he wants to play for the World Cup, so I think it's going to happen, and a loan is very likely.
You don't think it's going to be on a permanent deal?
Well, loan's always going to be the easiest, and we're running out of time a little bit. It might not happen. It might happen next season. But I think a loan's probably not the last resort, but I think they've been trying for a permanent this whole time. If it doesn't happen before the window, I think the loan's going to happen. So I guess we'll see. In a couple of weeks, if it doesn't happen, then I'm saying guarantee loan.
Yeah. Justify, you say you have an update for us. Go ahead, brother. We're listening so we can move on and round up the show. We've been streaming for 3 hours plus. It's going to be 4 hours soon. But go ahead, brother.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I just listened about Werner. I think that's.
Yeah,
I
you
agree with
like to
what
say hi
what
quite a
said.
lot. Every time you come back and you still say hi.
No,
But go ahead.
nice doing your person. I like to listen to people. I'm not rude, see.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's a good, like what he said about Werner. I think it's a good deal if he does go to RP Leipzig just to get his confidence back up.
Is it pronounced Leipzig or Leipzig?
Leipzig.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, some news that's coming from on Twitter for Dumfries. Apparently, it's going ahead with Chelsea and in Milan's with Dumfries on Wednesday. Big talks about advanced talks getting him coming to Chelsea. I've just read it
So
up.
you're saying that's progress in his pursuit?
Yeah. No, there's been an advance. It's going to be like talks on Wednesday for him to get him into the club as soon as possible for Chelsea. There's been an update. I've got an app called One Football, and it puts all the Twitters and all the stuff about what clubs like Chelsea, clubs have been interesting. And it's one of the guys, Romario, he's just put on an announcement, but just an hour ago, that Dumfries is in the fans talks on Wednesday to Chelsea, coming to Chelsea. They've been talking about him as soon as possible. So we got.
Yeah, thank you very much for that update. It's an important one. Sorry, you were saying something, bro?
Yeah, I think it's good progress with what's coming in. And someone said about on a stream about Hakim Ziyech, there's been no advance talks. AC Milan are trying their best to arrange an agreement with Hakim Ziyech for Chelsea, but the price what Chelsea want and AC Milan, they can't. They're not putting the. They can't. They want like less than 25 million for Hakim Ziyech from AC Milan.
They're usually looking to get players cheaper.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
Especially if it comes to Chelsea. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I think if Hakim Ziyech does stay for this season. Sorry, buddy.
It looks like he's going to stay, like the lad said.
Yeah. Or if he does, man, he needs to prove his fitness more, because of the last 2 seasons with his injuries, he's not been a player. And Thomas Tuchel is seeing him. That's why Thomas Tuchel just don't want to see him playing him that much, because he ain't proved his fitness. I can't see him staying. Be a second choice.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think he'd leave too, given how Thomas Tuchel treated him. I know some people think otherwise, but that's, by the way, here just Viola, the queen of the house, says Fofana has deleted Leicester City FC from his Twitter account. I think that was one of the first things we talked about. So I'm going to shame you in public, and that's because you joined late. But you know I'm kidding anyway. I know why you joined late. And again, I hope you're doing better. You're coping with the situation quite well. Believe me, everything will be all right. Lam Lane says it looks like he's trying to put Leicester City under pressure. That's the case, but here's where I'm concerned. They say he used the same method when he wanted to leave. What's the club he left and joined Leicester City from? Okay, there's a pattern to it now. Probably when Real Madrid or any other club comes calling, he'd do the same thing to leave Chelsea Football Club. But that's, by the way, habits, do repeat themselves. Werner plus 60 million for Vardiol, and a deal will be done. You think? Elaborate. I want to know why you think that's possible. Should offer Werner to Bayern Munich to start a bidding war with him. I don't think Bayern wants him. I think there was a time, I think the manager wanted him, but it created division amongst the board members. Not all of them want him. I think we'll see what happens. Again, if he goes towards that to Bayern, if you want to go to Bayern, if they want him, I'd like us to ask for Leroy Sané. His record in the Premier League wasn't bad. It just seemed as if he fell out with Pep Guardiola. But as by the way, yes, Liam, according to reports, he is. Says if Leipzig wants Werner on a permanent deal, I can see Chelsea adding a cash for Vardiol. That's the argument there. I think they're seeking a permanent deal rather. Chelsea wants Kyle Walker-Peters at right wing back. News coming. Really? Let's pay attention. I'll pay attention to that too. We'll see. What about a Frank de Jong deal? I don't think nothing serious is out there yet. What we have rumors are that Manchester City that the Manchester United still want him. So again, it makes it difficult, but you can argue we're more appealing. We have an edge, if you want to see it that way. Barcelona won two of our players in Cesar Azpilicueta and Marcos Alonso. Plus, we offer Champions League. Again, that's that. Again, so what does CS have to do to prove his fitness? Does Kante have to prove his? Anyway, AC Milan have reignited the interest. Okay, thank you for that update. I didn't know that. How is it fair that we have to cover Timo's wages? Declan, let me ask you this. Declan, are you still there? Or let me start with Gopo, because he hasn't spoken for a while. Okay, let me just start with Gopo. He hasn't spoken for a while. Gopo, can you explain to us this question that just we all asked on the screen? Why is that actually?
I mean, if we are I think we know that Tuchel and Werner have got not a bad relationship, but a sour relationship. And if we are desperate to, get him out, and no other clubs are really seriously interested to, purchase him permanently, I think this is something that we will have to take. I mean, it's a pill that we'll have to swallow. I mean, it's as simple as that. If he really wants to, like I said, no club is seriously wants to take him, and if we are desperate to get him out, I think this is something that we will have to do. Desperate times, desperate measures, something of that sort.
So it's more like, you can argue, more like them, you can say we're desperate and they're taking a load off of us. Is that what it is?
Pretty much, yes. I mean, and even on the player's side, he wants to leave. He does not want to stay. It's a World Cup year, and I have a feeling that with the rich talents that Germany have in their attack, he's going to fall behind the pecking order. He's going to fall behind the likes of Havertz, Gnabry, Sane, and even Kevin Volland. So I can understand that he wants to leave, and the manager does not want him. He's already on high wages, but again, if it's something that we will have to take.
And so Declan, if you want to come in there, it looks like you had something to say. And Phantom, if you want to come in anytime, anybody on the panel, if you have something to say to that. Declan, let me ask you this again.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Phantom. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Yes, I have been Werner out for quite a while now. So whether Werner goes to Dortmund, Leipzig, Bayern
Real Madrid too, we heard.
Okay, whoever wants him. If we can just dump him for salvage value, that's awesome. Just let him go, because it's a clubhouse poison. It's kind of like a Lukaku situation. Let's just get rid of him.
Yeah, it's gotten to that level, given that his relationship with the manager has gone down south. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, whatever the cost, get rid of him. He's done here. Let's just move on. And I know several Bundesliga teams. I think Dortmund really wants him, but I don't know why Chelsea isn't talking to Dortmund, or maybe they are. Or maybe they're trying to do that Leipzig thing with the guy you want. I can't say his name. Vardio. So hopefully that'll work. I don't know what they're going to value Werner at, and also I don't know how much wage we're going to have to cover. But I don't want to just loan him. I want to just sell him. Goodbye, Werner. You tried very hard, but you can't dribble without looking at your feet. So no good.
Which you said you learned how to do when you played soccer.
As an 8-year-old, our coach said you have to learn how to dribble without looking at your feet. The reason why you have to dribble without looking at your feet is because then you can see where the other opponents are on the field. Okay, so that's one of those important things that I'm just stunned that whatever academy Timo Werner came out from, he hasn't learned that basic skill. I mean, this is something we learn in youth league soccer.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Declan, can you help Jos Viola even more with this question?
What's it got to do with fair?
No, but explanation, because this, I get it. See, I think it just doesn't make sense that every time a club wants a player from you, you do them a favor, and then you end up explain it in a way that the common fan will understand. You end up paying, for instance, in the case of who we're going to be paying 75% of whose wage, Kepa Arrizabalaga wage. We're going to be paying 75% of his wages for him to go play for Napoli. So some people would like to make sense of it. To me, I understand. It's just like again, if he stays, the club will be spending more. I understand that, but how would you explain it to a common fan who gets confused because it just doesn't make sense?
It's 25%.
Well, you said it. In the situation we're in, right?
Okay, CBL says 25%. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Declan.
Yeah, in the situation we're in, we're better off. We got a player that wants to leave, and we got a massive wage. We're trying to get off the wage bill, and to get a portion, even if we have to pay for cover for some of it, we're still going to save. Sorry, and we're also trying to sell him. So in order to get rid of him and off the books, right, for a certain period, it still works out. That is the best you can do for the moment. Because the other thing you can do is keep Werner, and you probably got a disgruntled player that wanted to leave, and pay the full wage and probably not get nothing out of the player.
Which is double,
especially
double
if you're
the risk.
falling down the pecking order.
Which is double risk. Which is double risk.
Yeah.
One, he's not going to be happy. Two, you're going to be spending more money. But if he lives on loan, you'll be spending less. Thank you, Phantom. Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense. Now, just feel I hope that helped you. Again, who would be your ideal replacement for Werner if he goes to Leipzig? Victor Osimhen or? Not Victor Osimhen, even if we're looking for another person. It's Kami. Are you Nigerian? You let me know, because I've seen most of our Nigerian members here calling for the club to sign him. I'm Nigerian too, but no. I think Thomas Tuchel will frustrate the life out of him. I don't think he suits the way we play. I'd be surprised if we go and get him. Says, what do you think about Kalga Sayuncu? The Turkish international, he's a good defender, but for some reason we don't want him. I just say he's good. I'll stop at that. I haven't paid that much attention to him. If Thomas Tuchel wants him and we're going for him, I would not argue otherwise. And Chelsea would do whatever to get him out. Again, yeah, just Viola, he's agreed to pick up. Again, we've learned that Werner may need a loan back to Bundesliga to drive up value for a venture sell. But there's a chance we're hearing that Leipzig wants him on a permanent deal. So if that's the case, we'll be looking to get Vadio in return. These duo are very good signing for us. I think they are. Let's not be smart about how we go about our business. Werner is still 45 million player minimum, despite lack of goals. Had his highest goal involvement. Yeah, that's the truth. We shouldn't forget that. I think his numbers at Chelsea aren't that bad. I think people's most concern is, he's been awful in front of goal. You could argue that, but he's created chances and his numbers overall. And but I must say again, the bonuses would cover some of the 75% salary. Okay, thank you very much for that. Roman has written off all the debt we have. So signing and selling players shouldn't be a major issue. So because he's written it up, should we be reckless and end up into debt again? Again, the better argument would be the new owners are allowed to spend quite a lot of money, because it counts as investment. So that doesn't mean, we should spend recklessly. I am from Scotland, coach. I just don't see a lot of top strikers out there. But then again, we don't need a traditional striker, and you could argue that's what Victor Osimhen is. But you get that's, by the way, says Roman didn't wipe out of it. No, he did not. It's still there. But then again, he didn't call it in. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's, by the way. Let's move on with the updates and call it a day soon. We'll be streaming for 3 hours and 49 minutes. That's a marathon indeed. But because we have quite a lot to talk about. Again, Marc Cucurella's imminent move to Chelsea will unlock Cesar Azpilicueta, Marcos Alonso's departure. That is just the truth. Again, those things you could argue, especially Marcos Alonso, because he plays on the left-hand side. You could argue that's the reason why we haven't, let Alonso leave, because we don't have any player that's capable. We haven't brought in any player. But if Cucurella comes to Chelsea, then he will leave. Wesley Fofana believes he has a gentleman's agreement that Leicester will listen to fair bids for him again, which was why I think maybe he's rebelling right now. Maybe he feels like Chelsea has done enough and the club are refusing to sell him. Still, again, we don't know if that's the case. This one here says Chelsea are prepared to submit a bid for Leicester City. We don't know if they've done that. A bid for Leicester City's defender Wesley Fofana is tempted by the Blues. Meanwhile, there's been no offer for Denzel Dumfries. I think there's been one that Inter Milan rejected. It's just conflicting, but then again, we don't know what's the truth. Chelsea are set to return with another offer, which means there's the first one. Maybe the tabs shouldn't be in that order. Inter will only accept of a bid in the region of 50 million. And Denzel, is it 25 or 26? I'm not sure again. Chelsea FC may sell Levi Colwill to Brighton as part of Marc Cucurella's negotiation, but I'm hearing it's going to be a separate deal again altogether. Again, let me just catch up with what we have here. I've read these before. I've read these, and I want to say thank you to Ice Wallow, a new sub here. Thank you very much for subbing. I appreciate that. The name, I don't know. Yeah. I get the meaning, but I realized that late. But did I read it through?
Yeah, you read it nice and slow too.
Yeah, you did it.
Perfect.
Hey, we should get like a rewind call.
Oh my goodness! Again, but that's by the way. Again, welcome to the channel. Again, your name. Don't get me into trouble. Chelsea are set to return with another offer. Again, we've read that one, and
You've
this one here. Ty, respect yourself right now.
Where's the rewind? Where's the rewind slow motion?
I'm dead. Oh my
I'm
goodness.
gonna go back and click that. I'm going to click that. I'm going to click that.
Oh, love it.
That is really hilarious. And then we had the name also, and I was loudly calling out the guy's name. It was Ty and True Blue that said, you shouldn't really be reading out that name. That's when I started looking for the meaning. But that's, by the way, at least this is written in a way, it's creative. In a way you wouldn't even realize what you're saying until you pay attention to it. But it's okay. Again, I forgive myself. I'm just going to move on to the name from the name immediately. Oh my gosh. We bought Werner. Oh,
Nobody take over for coach. He can't stop laughing.
Take a breather.
We bought Werner with money from sale of Hazard, Morata, and Costa. Not part of the 1.6 million debt in our concern. Okay. Again, thank you for that. Oh my.
That sounds like when somebody when there's something dangerous in front of you. Something happens to you and then somebody says, "Oh no, don't do that, don't go ahead." It's too late.
And here's the thing. I think my main attention was that he subbed to the channel. So I just jumped.
That's the thing. That's what they used. That's what they did.
Yeah, and but he subbed really. But had I paid attention, again, I think what I'm learning is probably try to read. You read the name too before I highlighted, because the other day I highlight mistakenly. I don't know if it was the hotkey that I touched. Highlight, the promotions of the nonsense in the chat. That's why I installed. Yeah. But it didn't show anything bad. If you read it, it takes time for you to understand it's a bad advertisement. It says something about adult dating site, blah, blah. And I didn't know how I highlighted that. And for a few seconds, I realized I had to go blur it out. But that's, by the way, I think it's the lesson to learn there is always read the name before highlighting. They say we'll learn every day. And I think I've learned that. Look at Mikael and Just Viola all having a go at me with laughter for reading that. But that's, by the way, again, Inter wants 35 to 40 million for Dumfries, and the player is willing to move to Chelsea according to La Repubblica Zero. Again, thank you. Kachi has gone hysterical again. Again, it adds to life. Laughter is good for you. Again, I feel better whenever I get that. But again, I have to be careful what I read and pay attention to the names of the people there. Ray Mianda, why Barca always go for Chelsea targets? I'm Zambian again. Looking back at the case of Rafinha, and also K-Boy. I hate saying his name here. It wasn't like we lost to them. It wasn't like they snatched them off under our nose. In the case of Rafinha was a plus we're hearing. Just if we sign all our targets, getting Rafinha would just be a plus. We weren't serious about him because there's no way you tell me that Leicester City wouldn't come back. Leeds United will not come back to us and say, "Look, Barcelona has made a better offer. What do you have to say?" After all, they want more money. So, and in the case of K-Boy, Kunde, you know who I'm talking about. I hate to say his name again. We learned that we pulled out because we started having second thought. We heard that from the Barcelona president himself. Is it a DOR for president? And we're talking about, is it Monchi? Is it what it's called?
Yeah.
Monchi or whatever. Again, it wasn't like they took him from us. No, it's like we heard that the deal is done, actually. If we were serious about getting him, he'd be a Chelsea player by now, but we pulled out again. But that's, by the way, here, after reading that again, pull out sounds that's like something else to me. Oh my gosh. But that's, by the way, Tuchel is pushing Chelsea to sign De Jong as a player prefers a move to Chelsea. We've heard that, and we have a serious edge over them. Again, let's see what we see on the screen. Full agreement now reached between Chelsea and Cucurella on personal terms. A potential contract has been, a potential contract has been a proposal approved. Mark, prepared to accept one. Again, I think. What am I seeing double here? I think it just mixed up. I think that it's not worded correctly. Chelsea and Brighton direct talks again today in order to complete the deal. I think we may see another Koulibaly-like deal there. I said maybe if Chelsea leak out a fake story that we want to keep all of our deadwood, Barca would try to steal from us. Yeah, that may well be the case, but I kept that. Anybody want to say anything to what we're seeing on the screen? It was difficult to read, though, I have to be honest. I think Cucurella on personal times, potential contract has been, I think that was a mistake there. But go ahead. Anybody want to come in?
Yo, coach.
Mm-hmm.
Cucurella's having a medical today at Chelsea.
Where did you see that?
Fabio's Romario. He's got a statement just an hour ago saying he's having a medical at Chelsea today. He flew out to London.
So we're far too behind, actually. Let me search for that one. Did anybody on the panel, Ty, are you aware of that?
Sky Sports News just put...
What did you say? What did you say?
Cucurella's having a medical.
Cucurella will be having Chelsea medical today.
What? No, man. Don't give me heart failure, please.
I'm not getting it. It's on Sky Sports News now. Breaking news.
Don't give me heart failure,
I know he wouldn't lie about it.
I wouldn't lie. It's on Sky Sports News now. Breaking news. Chelsea officially having a medical. Cucurella's having a medical today at Chelsea.
Well, check Twitter.
Are you serious right now? Anybody on the
panel? I don't trust her. I don't trust Sky Sports.
You don't trust Sky Sports? Okay, Ty, take your tweets, please. My screen is freezing. Ty, check your tweets.
Sky Sports News don't lie.
If he's having a medical, then we can see the jersey tomorrow.
Yeah. we need to see, because remember we're playing Everton away. So
and by the way, Kepa he's been removed from our website or so, or I forgot what was said. I'm not sure what exactly. It's something similar that shows he's living.
Yeah, I'm on the Sky Sports app here now. Chelsea has officially signed Cucurella for a 5.5-year deal. He's having a medical today between the Chelsea.
No, please tell me you're joking. I don't want to get
my if it's that blunt, then it's happening.
It's happening.
Yeah, but
I have heart issues.
That news will hit Twitter before Sky Sports. They're usually slow.
Sky Sports News sometimes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe. But everyone should be quoting it.
Well, it says there on Sky Sports News he's having a medical today.
Okay, let me go to Sky Sports website. Maybe it's a hint, even if they said that. Again, here's Fabrizio Romano. Okay, let's talk. Let us talk Fabrizio Romano at the same time. I think my screen is freezing.
Let's see Fabrizio Romano.
It says talks ongoing. That's 1 hour ago. It says talks ongoing between talks ongoing between Chelsea and Brighton for Cucurella. Levi Colwill could be discussed in separate deal to accelerate talks for Cucurella. Personal terms agreed between the Spanish left back and Chelsea up to the club. No signal from Man City so far. Okay, again, that's some good news, but I'm not seeing anything that, my screen is acting up now. There's some big news there. I don't know what's going on. Again, by the way, let me see if there's anything. Diego Jota has signed a new long-term contract with Liverpool. Didn't they just sign them a year ago? When did they sign them?
Like, 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Diego
Something the same.
Okay, this is 6 hours ago. Full agreement now reached between Chelsea and Cucurella. Okay, we've read that one before. I'm not seeing any update on the medicals. You said Fabrizio said that?
It's on the Fabrizio thing just like 20 minutes ago. He just put it up, and then it says on Sky Sports News he's having a medical today at Chelsea.
Okay, I'll just go to skysports.com. Anybody, I don't get Sky Sports television like every time here, except 30 minutes on some stations every now and then. But let me go to skysports.com. We'll wait for that update and we'll call it a day. Anybody seeing anything there?
No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing about Jota and Burn.
The guy, I can't pronounce the guy's name, man. He's got a bald head.
And Leno, and that's what I'm seeing. I don't see anything about Cucurella. I just see about Leno and Jota.
Yeah. No, he's sitting on the table.
Declan, do you receive or do you have Sky Sports by any chance?
Nah, they banned it from my country.
How do I send the link over to you guys?
Oh, they're banned from your country, really? Go ahead, Chelsea fan, what are you saying?
Nah,
how do I send this link over? I'll send it to you now.
You send it to Twitter.
Twitter, yeah. Right, just
and I'll get it immediately. Let's look at that before we call it a day. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's do this, man. All right.
Let's do it.
Sky Sports. Are they true or are they?
Yeah, everybody's checking Sky Sports too. Let's do it. Okay, let's see. It's saying about Ronaldo here. Let me go to club and go to Chelsea. Maybe except if it arrives late on their website.
Their Twitter doesn't have it.
Yeah, it does. Do you expect it to come at the same time on their Twitter?
It should hit their Twitter first.
It should? Okay, what we're seeing, Josh Madison, Kasper Schmeichel, and then for them to receive a fresh Man City deal and all those things, who could replace Schmeichel again? Okay, let me just search the world. Chelsea, again, will Lukaku succeed at Inter again? That's the question I don't want to answer. Let me see.
I'm on Twitter now. I'm just going to send it.
Okay, have you shared it with me?
Yeah, I could share it with you.
Okay, let's look at that. Share it with me. Let's look at that. And Ty, it looks like you shared something too. Did you?
What?
It looks like you shared a tweet. I haven't seen your tweet here. I'm waiting for it. If it comes in, we'll look at it and then we'll call it a day.
I sent the tweet I sent you was my tweet. That's not anything else.
Okay, let's see what people are saying there. It says nothing on Fab. Just checked. Okay.
Don't do it. Why?
It says here. Let me see here. Liam Lane said nothing on Sky Sports. Let's keep checking here. Again, my screen is really slow and it's frozen. Go ahead. Were you saying something? What did you see, Declan?
I'm pretty sure this is fake.
Yeah, it has happened before. It happened to somebody I know, actually.
That news is too big for us not to struggle to find any news on it.
Yeah, so you're thinking if it is true, we should be seeing updates everywhere right now.
Cucurella, I can't do it while I'm on the phone, while I'm streaming.
Sorry? Yeah, I understand. That's why because you're using your phone.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. If I try to send it to you on Twitter, it cuts me out on the stream.
Now put it in StreamYard.
That's what I'm trying to do now.
Oh, yeah, you can share it on StreamYard, so we'll look at it. But again, if you was real, you see something you see it on you also see it on Sky Sports. You'd also see it in many outlets. It will be crazy now. Okay, let me just do this. I think we have something else.
The guy in the bald head, was sitting on the table in Sky Sports News, and he just put, they were saying, what's the story? The lady goes to him, what's the news about Cucurella going to Chelsea? He just said that Cucurella is now official. Yeah, going to have a medical today at Chelsea. That's what he just said.
A guy say what? Where did the guy say that?
Well, you know, on the screen when you have they sit around that table on the they talk about the transfer news. Talks about.
We're getting trolled. We're getting trolled.
He just pronounced this there that Cucurella is having a medical today at Chelsea.
Okay, again, we'll see. Again, if it happens, hats off for you, because like what the class said, if you can hear Chelsea fan, I think it's too big of a news for it to be scanty as it is right now. Again, it should be, the moment it hits the news, it should be everywhere. But that's, by the way, again, Chelsea fan, your thoughts on everything we talked about today. I think we've been streaming for 4 hours plus. We should call it a day as soon as possible. If the news breaks, then we'll have an emergency stream and talk about it, or maybe tomorrow during the Blue Morning Show.
What I do, Coach, before I get off here, I'll if what's his name, add me as a friend, because obviously I stream on Twitch and that, but if what I do, if he adds me as a friend on YouTube and or on Twitter, I will send the link over to you guys as soon as possible when I get off.
No problem. Just send the link. I'd like to see it, but I get your point. Again, the news is everywhere. That's just the truth. And the news about, I'm hearing from that we're actually Kyle Walker-Peters would be a nice right wing back, backup for depending. Again, we're seriously looking at him, but that's by the way. But thank you, Chelsea fan. Again, you get my hopes up, and I hope it happens. If it happens, I owe you a beer, maybe if you drink. Ty, your thoughts on everything we talked about?
I don't know. Maybe it's time to call it a fake.
Sorry.
Okay, I think we've been streaming for a while. I think we've all been tired now, and most people have left. Again, it's been a brilliant. We've had a brilliant debate. It's been a brilliant show overall. And I cannot thank those in the chat enough, from Itkami to A70 to Just Viola to Mikhail to everyone else. Liam Lane also, to all the moderators who's helped keep things clean there. Again, I cannot thank you guys enough. And again, if you haven't, please be sure to go check out Ty Talks YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. And I try to remember to add his information to the chat the moment the video is ready. Other than that, I think, my screen freezes again as I'm saying goodbye. Should I use the other screen to end it? I don't know. Again, overall, it's been a brilliant show. Thank you so much, guys. We'll talk tomorrow or later in the evening for another show, transfer show. Thanks. God bless us all, and bye.
That's gone.